All right, here we are, Sunday morning, November 17th, 9 a.m. PST, and it looks like we're about to rock some Hash Church. Welcome, everyone. Hash Church 5.0, episode 15. We have been consistent, if nothing else. I've got some folks right now waiting in the room, so I am going to admit them. Looks like we got about six folks. Hopefully, I didn't make a mistake there. All right. Let me make sure I got my audio working properly. Can everyone hear me properly? Excellent. That's good. That's good. Excellent. All
Howdy,
right.
howdy.
There we go. Hey, everybody. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We got a whole crew
Namaste,
of guys
everyone.
in here today. Nikki T's in the house. Caitlin
Greetings.
MC from High Fidelity's in the house. Skunkman Sam looking quite dollish today, looking all quite nice in your red little hat there. Mr. Kaya, Ross Kaya's in the house, dude. Long time no see, homie. We got Ollie. I've never met Ollie, but he tells me he's an old school hash maker that's been making hash for a long time. So I want to welcome him to the room as well. We got my homie Lindsay from Gorilla Solventless in the house, who I've known here for quite some time. He doesn't have his camera on. And we have the homie Legalize Nepal official. I don't actually know your name, but I've been following this guy for quite some time. Dragonfly Earth Medicine turned me on, and he's got all sorts of cool Nepali activism. He's in New York, but he's been doing this Nepal thing for quite a while. I thought it would be amazing to have him on. Nepali hash was not the first hash that I ever had in my life, but I will tell you, growing up in Winnipeg, um, Nepali finger hash was the first special hash that I ever had in my life. The Afghan, the Lebanese, the stuff that we were getting, by the time we were getting it, it was coming through organized criminals from the East Coast, and they had already done their damage to it. Nepali finger rub, on the other hand, no one was importing commercially. This was being smuggled by individuals who were going and having very special experiences in the mountains of Nepal or in northern India. And those people would bring, smaller pieces back, and that's how I got turned on to that hash. So, boom, Shankara Mahadev to you, my friend.
Namaskar.
Yes,
Thanks for
man.
having me.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I think we're gonna have a good show today. We've got a good chunk of people. I also want to give a shout out to Harun Khalili, who is known as Baba879 on Instagram, who does just some absolutely incredible photography and representation of Afghan and hashish culture. He's in Germany right now, I believe, so he's going to try and get on here right now. And Nikki T, who's your homie? We got to introduce him too.
My headset's messing with me. Can you guys hear
Oh
me all right?
shit. Absolutely.
This is Kind Bill. This is one of the creators of Live Resin sitting next to me. I just finishing up an event out here in Vermont for their 8 year
Nice.
anniversary. And,
Right on.
I figured I'd bring another hash head with me.
Dude, anyone's name that starts with kind is welcome on fucking Hash Church, that's for sure.
Live Resin and Rosin in one place. It's kind of crazy, y'all. So I
Although
don't
although
know.
we've even had people who go by asshole on the show as well. So we recognize we represent all sides. So Dragonfly Earth Medicine, Josh is in the house. What's up, brother?
Yes, family, doing well. Good to see everyone. Big up, Nika. Last time we saw each other, we were hanging out in Eugene. Appreciated those flavors, and all those things. But beautiful to see everyone here today. Beautiful. It snowed here last night.
Oh my God. Well, Whistler opens in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday,
Gorilla
four
Solid,
days.
what's up?
4 days. We got Whistler Mountain opening. No, sorry. Blackcomb opens in 4 days. Whistler opens in 5 days. I'm going to both of those days with my family. So I'm absolutely excited. Even though my broken shoulder, my broken collarbone is not really 100%, I'll just be as safe as I possibly can today. So total chaos show. We got a bunch of people on the show. Some people have been on the show. Some people have not been on the show. As you know, it's a pretty organic conversation. Today, really, the focus is hashish. I wanted to have a show where we just spoke about our love of hashish, our inspirations, what led us down that pathway. and really also having both the new age represented with the with that traditional knowledge and information of hashish that really, without everything that went on in countries like Afghanistan and India and Nepal and Morocco and Lebanon, and others that I'm forgetting, that really was an important part. I'm quite certain, I'll listen to all of you tell me in a little bit, that those hashes played an important part, whether they played an important part in your life as a hash maker or where they played an important part in your hash maker's hash maker, i.e., the person that maybe inspired you to get into this space. I wanted to cover the gamut and have that representation. I am going to be doing a show in the near future where we focus only on traditional. Today, I was only really able to get Haroon and Legalize Nepal official, as well as Ollie, I guess, from that older school traditional world of hashish. I do want to do a show in the future where we get Lucas, who just created a beautiful book, as well as a bunch more people from Afghan landrace and Pakistan landrace and Baba and Irazanig and Lucas and all of these folks. So look for that happening in the very near future. And in the meantime, I want to also, welcome Colin into the room and welcome Tim Clark. Tim was introduced to me via Aaron, my moderator supreme on Facebook. Holy shit, has this guy been going out of his way to moderate my Facebook groups for the last almost 10 years? Just to give you an idea, one of my Facebook groups right now has 7,800 new people that just want to join the group. I guess it kind of fell into the algorithm so far. And Aaron never hits let them all in. He'll go through every single one. He'll go through their profile and he'll figure out if they're a real person or someone that's trying to do a scam on the page. So I got to give super props to Aaron because he's just an amazing human being. And shout out to Etienne. That toque you're wearing is very special. And for those of you that don't call it a toque and you're not from Canada, what do you guys call that shit? Like a beanie or something? Or
It's a Phrygian cap.
oh,
It's
it's a
the
Phrygian cap.
Yeah, this is the original Phrygian cap. It's hemp on one side in the red for liberty, which is what back in the day, if you were a slave and you were freed, you had a Phrygian cap, and which is what the
Damn.
Smurfs wear. And so that is the symbol of freedom. So when we're at the UN and when we're working with other people around the world, when we want to speak freely and openly, you take this hat and you hoist it up on a stick, and everybody knows where to gather. So the Phrygian cap is a symbol of freedom. So it's a toque too, to people, but this one is special because it's an ancient symbol of freedom. So
Well, I appreciate you, brother. Always dropping knowledge on Hash Church. Absolutely stoked to have you here on our hash making episode. And I want to welcome Hash Crew as well. Hash Crew just popped into the chat as well. I have invited 27 people today, so there's a possibility that a lot of us show up. I do want to hear from all of you. I think what we're going to do is we're going to start with the good homie from Legalize Nepal. I would love for you to kind of give us a little background on who you are, how you started in your activism, why Nepal is close to your heart, and a little bit of what's going on there, politically and economically and hashishishly.
How you guys doing? Namaste, everyone. Thanks for
Namaste.
having me in the show. So basically, Nepal, can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, Nepal, we're the first country in the world which had a government licensed cannabis shop, a cafe, a event, and the whole nine yard. You can name it, But the war on drugs, 1973, due to all the hippies, the hippie trail used to end in Nepal. That was the hot spot. So, we got the war on drugs shut us down. You know what I'm saying? All the culture for thousands of years of use of the sacramental use of the plant and traditional use of the plant, it was all gone. And basically the plant was illegal all over the world, for 50 years, and now America banned the plant all over the world. And as we can see, now we're celebrating the plant in America and in other third world countries and stuff like it's still illegal. Basically in Nepal, where it used to be like a culture of cannabis, where it was, a traditional use. Every farmer used to grow the plant in their house for medical and so many use. So, and the other things too, that probably the finger charas hand rub hash was probably the first form of hash ever created, and basically it really started from Nepal. And the culture, that's how it was spread all over the world for making hash in different ways and stuff like that. So basically we have a lot of legacy. And I'm in New York City. I started into the cannabis industry in 2012, where they didn't have a lot of hash culture in America. There were a lot of stories and people had smoked back in the day, but that's when we started to grow flower and make traditional hash. And we've been here for another like 12 years already, 14 years. So that's basically how it started. To basically free the plant globally and to re-legalize cannabis in Nepal, because as we said, we are the Amsterdam before Amsterdam. Amsterdam, the cannabis culture and the scene didn't even exist when Nepal was already legal and the whole world was traveling to Nepal to smoke. After they banned us, that's when the late 70s, that's when the culture started in Amsterdam and they were legal, and we were not. So that's where I'm here today. And I'm thankful for being here with all of you and continue the legacy of hash throughout the world and the culture of smoking it.
Well, I think Nepal should always have a guy at the table to speak for Nepal as a country. You're right with I see the posters behind you, the Eden Hashish centers. These
Uh-huh.
were very well known from a lot of people in North America. We saw the posters. I'm sure Skunkman Sam probably has stories. You must have been there when those shops were around, were you not, Sam?
I've got photographs of both me and my wife with our heads sticking out the window from the shop because we were living there in the hotel. I want to mention one thing though, and that is that Nepal wasn't necessarily the first because they were selling hashish legally in India, coming from Yarkand and many other places for 100 years before 1972.
Interesting. Well, was Nepal not selling before? Was the
No,
Eden
but in
Hashi
India, it
centers?
was more like it's more like a medical use, and for traditional, like spiritual use, it has always been legal. Like even opium used to be sold back in the days. But
Hmm.
Nepal being the first, being a first to a government licensed taxed cannabis shops and cafe and the event and all that stuff. So that's why Nepal, I told, is the first in the world because they didn't have that culture anywhere else. You know.
Mm.
No, they had it in India. Absolutely. I've been to hashish shops. I've been to marijuana shops in Calcutta and other places in India. And if you read the Indian Hemp Drugs Commission report, uh, they were studying it, more than 120, 30 years ago.
Well, my
Okay.
connection to Nepal, as some of you may know and some of you may not know, my partner lives in Nepal and has
Oh
four or
wow.
five Nepali children. All of the bubble bags since probably around 2000, 2001 have been made in Nepal. So the Nepali people have been responsible for the production of almost 100% of all bubble bags shipped worldwide. I love that because, back in the day, obviously, Morocco, for a country, is a country that is responsible for probably the most commercial hashish produced and shipped around the world. But I would say, with the thousands and thousands and thousands of bubble bag sets that I've shipped around the world that came directly from Nepal, Nepal may be very close to producing through bubble bags as much hash as Morocco does on a daily basis. I got to think, with all of those bubble bags out in the world washing hash, it's got to be metric tons per day that's getting washed. And those are just out of my bags. There's many other companies that have sold bags. So shout out to all those really just to all the pioneers who have helped bring this plant to where it is. I would love to hear from Baba, from Haroon. He could potentially give us the same little background and representation that we just got from legalized Nepal in regards to what he's seeing in countries like Afghanistan. Welcome, brother.
Hello and warm regards to Mr. Marcus, Richard, and all my dear friends. I am Arun, a journalist who has been documenting cannabis culture and researching local language strain for over 15 years. Additionally, I have dedicated more than 20 years to preserve and cultivate local agriculture genetics, such as melon. Alongside my work, I managed on an Instagram page called Babako. This page is named in honor of a legendary figure in the history of cannabis. A man who was smoking season was said to fill the entire city of Balkh with a cloud of smoke like a mist. I grew up in one of the main agriculture center of cannabis, the Darwaza Shadian region, nestled in the foothill of Shadian Mountains. This area was very famous. This area is very famous among the hippies because it was a center of hashish dealing culture during the hippies. There was a Shadian. It is located in Mazar-e Sharif. According to history, I think one of the oldest texts we have written, I mean in Persian books, we have a prophet by the name of Zarathustra, and at the first time, I think it was 2000 BC or more than 2000 BC, he was made a drink mix of wine and bang means cannabis to give to present for the king of Balkh. The Balkh is our province, the center of hashish production in Afghanistan. And I think, and when I found it is very important grain in the world, and I started researching and collecting documents about the use of hashish in Afghanistan. But unfortunately, there is a lot of text, handwritten text in Afghanistan, especially in Balkh province, destroyed during the fights. We had a lot of library, but it's now not, we don't have too much we have a lot of handwritten text about the cannabis, but it is, I think, our poets mention it in their poems a lot. Even the Rumis mention it, the word of cannabis, in some of their texts, and then another poets also, they mention it, the word of cannabis in their poets. I think, and also there is a lot of history when I collected about the cannabis. I think we don't have too much time to explain for them. And just I know the Afghanistan is one of the oldest history and culture, and very big culture, because in every part of Afghanistan, especially in the North Province, you can find more than hundreds of sieving master with a very simple things like a sieve. They sieve wheat and flour. They can sieve the cannabis very professionally, as you can see these videos in my Instagram. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Baba. I should have put some of your Instagram videos on while you were talking. You do have some great footage, some great videos of hashish production, of sieving using the loose cloth over the table with the metal utensils. It's really nice to see. I would absolutely love one day to go to Afghanistan with Skunkman Sam and maybe a few other epic hash makers and meet some of these master sievers that you speak of in the north of Afghanistan. I love watching the content from your page. I'm really happy that you're doing it. Go ahead.
The culture of cannabis in Afghanistan, from cultivating language to traditional refining and consumption method, form an essentially part of our culture heritage. This tradition requires research, preservation, and global introduction, so that the future of generation can benefit from the knowledge and experience of our dear ancestor. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I'll tell you, the Afghanis certainly stepped it up. When I went to India, it was all about the chillum, boom shankara shankara mahadev, smoking the
Om
chillums.
Shankar.
And then the Afghanis took it a step further and was like, let's drop the chillum into a hubbly bubbly pipe and
Yeah.
let's really hit this thing. The
I,
first time
you,
I go ahead.
you will receive one very soon. A special traditionally chelam. Yeah, it's in the way.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Listen, the first time I ever hit an Afghan hubbly bubbly, it was, if you've ever seen Rob and Sam's book, the Hashish book, on the inside of the book, there are pictures of hubbly bubblies. And those pictures and pipes belong to a good friend of Sam and Rob's by the name of Sid. And Sid was always, well, he's the kindest man, so, so kind, and such a lovely person. Just one of many, many lovely people in the hashish world that I've met through Sam and Rob. But he had these beautiful pipes, and he would allow us to bring one to Legends of Hashish each year in Amsterdam at the Artiste restaurant. And I remember it very well because I was the one who would carry it from his house to the party. And then, Sam and myself and a few others would be responsible for it. And then we would bring it home at the end of the day. It was over 100 years old. So it was a very special pipe that needed to have that sort of care. And I'll never forget walking late at night after smoking hash for 5 hours straight at Legends of Hash, getting as high as I have ever been in my life, and then walking through the streets of Amsterdam holding this precious Afghan hubbly bubbly pipe that was over 100 years old. I'll never ever forget those experiences. It was definitely one that was very, very special.
Absolutely great nights. I was I was there, Legends of Ashish. I helped create it with you and Rob. And I just wanted to say too that the first hubbly bubbly I smoked was actually 1971 in Afghanistan. And even my wife smoked hubbly bubblies back then. She hasn't smoked in a long time, but back then she was. And the Afghans were shocked and surprised how she could light a Afghan hubbly bubbly, which is a serious job even for me.
Dude, shout out to Mark Scaldone with a room full of freaks and their own toques. I'm loving to see that. That's what's up. Vermont representing. Also, welcome to Brian, who's in the house, Brian Tournay. He's been doing some incredible things on Instagram as well. So we're going to hear from him here in a little bit. And then I want to hear from Nika T. I want to take us into the future now. Nika T was one of back when I started doing this. I don't know our timelines exactly, but like, Matt Rise, Nika T, myself, we all kind of were bubbling and percolating in a very similar timeline. I've always given it to the fact that we all had very, very specialized olfactories when it come to cannabis, and all three of us seem to be very quite talented in creating the relationships with the right people, finding, Toucan Sam, follow my nose. We would follow our nose. We would always find the people who grew. I just didn't see the three of us wasting a ton of time running material that didn't come out really well. So we had this sort of special ability to find that material, to find guys like Subcool, to find guys that were growing exceptional cannabis. Nicotine back in the day, he was in Colorado where BHO was blowing up. It really was like it was kind of way above water hash at the time. And Nicotine was kind of like, no, no, you can dab this stuff, it's dabbable. In Colorado in like 2008, and you can fix the timeline for me there, Nika. People just thought dabs were BHO. It was really him who came up with this term solventless, which you can see on my board right above here. He's got it on the arm, on the forearm. Solventless became his way of sharing, that dabs could be something other than BHO. So I'll give you the floor, Nicotine. Why don't you tell us a quick little story on how this sort of popped and percolated for you, and how that explosive growth of coining the term solventless happened for you back in the day?
Yo, much love and respect, Mark, and everyone, all the legends on this
panel here, for real. I appreciate y'all having me. It means a lot. So really, I feel like what stemmed a lot of this, as you mentioned, is that butane culture that kind of swept the nation. But it was pretty concentrated in Colorado. I was personally blasting butane on my back porch in Colorado. And
who you're sitting next to?
I'm sitting next to Kind Bill here, also a butane legend. But I really took it upon myself to want to recreate what was happening in the butane hash oil world. So a popular term back then was earwax. There were a lot of popular terms: honey butane oil, earwax. And those terms were associated with different consistencies in the butane hash oil world or the hydrocarbon world. And I wanted to recreate those consistencies without the use of chemical solvents. I started really controlling variables. We went from washing in a hot barn in Mendo to washing in air conditioned rooms to washing in walk-in freezers. I think I was possibly one of the first people to really control that temperature down that low. And we started controlling the water source and the ice source. And then eventually we went from running stuff that came in a trash bag from the hills to actually talking to the farmers and getting them to give us just the close trim. And then eventually freezing that close trim if they were trimming wet. So all of these variables really added up to creating different end products and different consistencies that replicate what we were seeing in the butane hash oil. And thus the term solventless really was coined while I was hanging out with this gentleman named Paul Token. He was kind of a YouTube phenomenon, and rest in peace.
Dude, we're talking about him in chat right now, dude. That's so crazy that you just mentioned him.
Yeah. Paul Token is the man. And we were hanging out and I would bring him samples. And, I think that term solventless was coined in a room together while I was bringing samples and we were trying to discuss what we should call it. Because back then, as we started controlling those variables, I would bring this product into dispensaries, one of which was one of my own partner dispensaries, and our bud tenders, Mark over here, our bud tenders, they didn't know what to call it. In reality, they had bubble hash on the shelf, and I brought in this product that looked gold in comparison and translucent. And the bud tenders were like, we can't call this bubble hash, because I think I initially, as an ode to Mark up in the corner, Bubble Man, I initially called it bubble hash. And the bud tenders didn't know what to do with it. And they couldn't sell it because it didn't look like the bubble hash. And so we together, I think Paul Token and I dubbed the term solventless wax to really compete with the earwax that was on the shelf. And then very soon after, the community grabbed a hold of that term, and solventless kind of just became an umbrella term for mechanically separated products. So from dry sieve to water hash, solventless kind of encompasses more of these new age mechanical processes and end products. And so big up Paul Token each and every time. And really big up all the people that came before me, because I'm not doing anything new. I might have controlled a few more variables here and there and had the access to the material in the hills, but people have been doing what I do for a lot longer than I have. And there's a lot of them in the room. So enough love and respect. But I think that's a little bit of the history of solventless.
Yeah, give thanks, Nicotine. You know what I always say, because I say the same thing, I wasn't doing anything new. What we were doing that was unique was that we were doing it during the right time. Our timing was everything. We popped in to this little timing, and I know for a fact how much more solventless, using water and ice, how much more popular it became as you start. Because I remember like when Instagram came out, it was like 2010, and I would watch the hashtags like, oh, solventless has got a lot of hits. Oh, ice wax is getting a lot of hits. Oh, bubble hash is, it's holding its own, but wow, it's like it's not number one anymore. And so I was kind of like watching this and thinking like, this is just good for solventless. This is good for the water hash community. it's good that you had your own name and that you coined your own term and that it was a part of exactly that thing that you were kind of like, fuck, everyone, I'm offering someone a dab and they're like, oh, that's BHO. It's like, no, dabs don't have to be BHO. They can be BHO, absolutely, but they can also be like this. And when you think about that, Nika, you also played an important part. And I've heard a million stories. Oh, I was doing that before Nika T. I was doing, okay, whatever, dude. The first person I saw doing it was Nika T, and he was taking the bubble and he was putting it inside the parchment and he was creating flags with a little hair straightener. Well, that was literally the birth of rosin out of Soil Grown's mouth himself. He said,
Yeah.
"Oh, I've been watching Nika T do these flags," and I remember Tony being like, "Oh, sure, I did that before Nika." It's like it doesn't
I
matter.
try
It's
and
like,
give credit to Soil Grown, but he
uh,
always gives it back, man, because he was watching our lab. It wasn't really just me. It was our whole lab. It was Sam. It was Mile High Melts. It
yep,
was Taylor. Our whole lab was really
yep.
pushing the boundaries. So I can't just take credit, for that
Well,
tech
you're a part
alone,
of it
because I
though.
feel
You were
like
part of it. Your
our
lab
crew.
inspired him to slap that
Yeah,
bud in
for
there
sure.
one day when he finally
For sure.
ran out of hash.
That's what
And
he
it's a
said.
funny thing when you've got that quality of hash in your stash for like years and then suddenly it disappears. Because people are like, how the fuck did he just throw a bud in there? It's like, well, just imagine smoking the best hash in the world and then one day it's gone and you don't have any. And you're just looking at your empty parchment, you got your little hair straightener, and you're like, maybe I'll just throw a little bud in there and just see what that does. And of course, Soil Grown Phil has told that story here on Hash Church back in Hash Church episode 25, about nine and a half years ago. He told that story. So shout out to Soil Grown. Hopefully he makes it on today. We do have 17 people in the room, and I do want to hear from all of you. So Ollie, I would love to hear from you, dude. You're one of the dudes on the panel I don't really know very well. You reached out to me. You were like, hey, I'm an old school dude. I've been making hash. I want to be on the panel. Why don't you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your story?
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm super stoked to be here actually. Kind of nervous, I have to say, since I'm like really old school and I run on paranoia still with all this, which was like a companion all my life. Um, yeah, so basically I grew up in Switzerland and we did not have any flowers, of course, back in the day. I just turned 60, so that was in the 70s, late 70s. I was a kid and skateboarding, like with the first skateboarding wave, and got through that into the hash scene and always wanted to, I was always wanting to get the best, actually, better qualities, because back then, a lot of the things you got in Europe were not good. And so I decided to first time I went to Amsterdam in like 78 or 79, which was quite an adventure. I was like 15 at the time. And from there, it went on and on. And I ended up doing a lot of commerce with Morocco over the years. I lived in Morocco for 4 years. We always made our own hash. So we went out, commercial quality and in those days was not very good in Morocco. So if you wanted to do something called Sputnik, what we call full melt today, you really had to go out and buy your own plants and basically work the stuff at night, because the Moroccans would just work day in, day out, and no good quality would come from that. And yeah, so I made myself a pretty good name with the quality that I introduced to Switzerland from Morocco. And that was early 80s. And then things, in 87, my son was born, who is Dorian, was the owner of a Beazle brand or Beazle extractions. And
I
then,
thought I recognized your last name. I had no idea that you were Dorian's dad.
yeah, I'm Dorian's dad. I actually taught, that's what I told you. I mean, I taught some people how to make cash. Like Dorian, for example, my son, of course, and like Taylor Beazle, and they went on and actually won some stuff, which of course that makes me a proud dad.
Dude, that is so sick. What a full circle. I missed that and I apologize for that, but that's amazing, dude. I always see this connection with Swiss chronics and Morocco. I know quite a few Swiss chronics that find themselves in Morocco doing exactly what you just said, planting their own plants, buying their own plants. So that's nice. We've had Afghanistan, we've had Nepal, and now we've kind of got old school Morocco by way of Switzerland, by way of Oli.
Yeah, Switzerland was heavily involved in the hash trade back in the 80s and 90s. 'Cause in the 90s, it almost became legal in Switzerland, actually.
And is
It
that
died.
because your police are so like I was there in the 90s and I remember how ridiculous, well, late 90s, early 2000s. I remember how there was just like U-picks of cannabis. I remember people were growing like hectares and hectares and hectares. You could sell it if you put it in a little pouch, you could sell it as an aromatherapy pouch.
Aromatherapy,
Yeah, we would
exactly.
like I would drive around with Breeder Steve to different places and we just had kilos inside pillowcases that we would staple shut and then just go into the place and rip open because it was like as long as we have them in a
Exactly.
pillowcase, I was like, are you fucking kidding me
Uh,
right now? My friend had, I don't know, it was like 4 football fields in Valhusen, in the north
yeah,
there. You know Valhusen?
yeah, I do.
Okay, so my
And
friend
I
had a
know
big
I
field
know
there
all
and
these people
you
actually.
would, of course. Yeah. So you would
Yeah.
have known him. He had a big field up there. Well, listen, I was there with Pete Brady, the photographer for High Times, and some other people. He was trying to film a movie. He was doing all this different stuff, but he had grown this massive field. And I was at the farmhouse one day, and the Swiss police showed up, and they roll up, and we're kind of like, oh shit, like this is serious. Like get your passports out. And they roll up, and they're like, oh hey, sorry to bother you. Listen, we just need to make sure that your plants are, you don't have too many plants and blah, blah, blah. So we just wanted to book an appointment. Would 2 weeks from Monday be a good time for us to come back to count your plants? And we were just like, did he really just say 2 weeks? So obviously, my buddy had like 100 times more plants than he was allowed to have, and he proceeded to cut all of those plants down in the next 2 weeks, so that when the Swiss police rolled up, he literally even like left the stalks in the ground, so the Swiss police could still see how many cut plants there were,
That's so
and
good.
they didn't care. I just couldn't understand how a country that could be that close to Germany could have police that were that chill.
Yeah, Switzerland was always a pretty pragmatic country in many ways, and I
Fucking
mean
hell.
that really reflected that. And the other thing was, of course, all the stores you had back in the 90s. A friend, my best friend actually was Bruno Hildebrand, who had the
Bruno,
James
yeah.
Blunt store in Switzerland. He was like the first that really sold big on a large scale with like lines around the block.
Yep.
People getting their aromatherapy it was crazy. I couldn't believe that this was not stay like this. They actually, beginning in 2000, they reversed the whole thing and it got a lot stricter.
Well, I think that had a lot to do with France and Germany and all their young kids, high school kids that were popping over the border to Basel. There was literally like 180 shops,
Yeah,
like in this
yeah,
tiny little Swiss
yeah. A lot of
city.
pressure from the European Union, of course.
Absolutely. Well, we're
Yeah, but
glad
anyway,
to
so
go ahead,
yeah,
please. Go ahead,
yeah.
continue.
So my son Dorian was born in '87, and so that whole hash thing with Morocco got a little crazy. Combining it with a family, so we decided to move to California, which when I got here was war on drugs and just like crazy. I've never seen anything like it. And so in the beginning, I grew some weed and really hiding it and paranoid and everything. And then in '96, Medicom 215 happened in California, and the rest is history. And I was pretty involved with this. I know there's Dennis Perron was up on the ranch and know the people that were with this. And I was always kind of involved and always paranoid. I could never really expose myself here in the States. I was always kind of scared to get kicked out,
Well,
which
thanks for
happened to
coming.
some.
Thanks for coming on Hash Church and not being afraid of that. You could have come on like Skunkman Sam, who just puts a little doll in front of his camera, but I sure
I
appreciate your
completely
story.
understand that.
Yeah, well, Sam's also just been doing that his whole life. He doesn't like people taking his picture, and I've always respected it a great deal. As long as I've known him and as close of a friend as I consider him, I might have 3 or 4 pictures of us together, maybe, and I've never, ever publicly posted those photos, and I won't because that would be a disrespect to him.
Yeah, so in 96, actually in 98, I got my first isolator bags. I think they
That was the
came
year
out
they
in
came
90.
out. No,
Yeah, it
that
was
was
the year they
definitely the
came
year.
out.
That was the year they
And
came
I
out.
got them from,
From
yeah,
who?
I got them from my friend Bruno Hildebrand in Switzerland from the James
Okay.
Blunt store. And I was like, I looked at these bags at first and I was like, yeah, right, whatever. And I came over, I took them back to California. And of course, trim was widely available back then. Everybody would
Oh
burn their
yeah.
trim to leave no traces, right?
It's
So
wild. The
I went,
same thing in Canada, in British Columbia. Very same thing. So much trim. People were dumping it on the side of the road or burning it.
yeah. So I had all the trim in the world. So I started experimenting with hatchbacks, and this was unbelievable in the beginning. It was really unbelievable.
Yeah, it's still
And
unbelievable for me, let me tell you. 25 years later, because I also first used isolator bags in 98. It was, and I always tell this story, the first couple of times I made it, two bags just wasn't really enough to see the magic for the most part. But if you were lucky and you had that special thing I was talking about that Nicotine and myself and Matt
right,
had, this ability to hone in on exceptional quality genetics and people who were growing it and expressing it the way we needed them to. Well, one day Breeder Steve was like, "Hey, I heard you're running those hash bags. I've got some shishka berry if you want to try that." And that was the first time I had seen full melt come out of those water hash bags. Before it was just kind of like weird, wet, sandy hash. None of us knew how to dry it properly. We were, on the West Coast, it was the humidity is like 85%. So unless you're putting it in a specialized room or you have a lyophilization oven or you have some sort of desiccant, the water would just stay in it. And so seeing this shishka berry come to fruition, which was not like wet sand, it was different. It was caramel. It was more like what Nicotine was talking about, translucent and insane. Everyone that looked at it knew right away there's something different about this. And, we managed to unfortunately squeeze out the water, which was not the right way to do it. I'm sure it had a crack snapple pop to it at that time. But the potency of it and the sheer melt of it, I had never seen. Well, I had seen hash dance like that once in my life. I did not know it was Skunk Man Sam's, but I had smoked a bowl of hash with Rob Clark at this Thai food restaurant in Amsterdam. I was with my lawyer in the mid 90s, John Conroy, and we got stopped on the stairs by Rob, and he put this Ruhr bong in my face, and I hit it. And he said, "If it don't bubble, it ain't worth the trouble." That was the first time I'd seen hash melt into a liquid and drip down the stem of a bong through a tight stainless steel screen. And for the next 3 years, I would search that out. That was in like 95. It was 98 that I finally made my own with the isolator bags and Breeder Steve's shishka berry from the yellow line. There was two lines of shishka berry, a red and a yellow, and that one was the yellow. So shout out to Breeder Steve, shout out to Mila, shout out to Eldon, shout out to Mark Rose, shout out to Reinhardt, all the people. Shout out to Skunkman Sam. Shout out to all the people who played a part in Waterhash getting to where it is. I spent 5 years in a lawsuit with Reinhard Delp. Thank goodness before he passed away, I ended up becoming friends with him. If you're ever in a lawsuit with someone, let me tell you, the lawsuit you're actually in is with your lawyer. He's going to convince you that you're doing the right thing and that he's got your back, and that's going to keep you paying him endlessly. It's always best to just talk to the actual person who you're in the lawsuit with. You'll give him or he'll give you much less than the lawyers will take. So just do that right away. RIP to Reinhard Delp, who created the first machine, the ice colder extractor, and went to Amsterdam and showed that machine in 97 to Mila, who ended up signing a contract with the unit. I think had Eldon and Mark Rose not been sitting on her couch and seen the machine working and decided to name it Isolator and to create two nylon bags with screen bottoms that fit in a 5-gallon bucket. Shout out to Eldon for that creation and that invention, and shout out to Mark Rose for naming it, and shout out to Mila for bringing it to the world, because those four people, Reinhardt and Mila and Eldon and Mark Rose, they were really the birth of the water extraction bags And I spent a lot of money investigating and figuring this out with very expensive lawyers from the East Coast who helped me track this story down in a way that was 100% authentic and actual. Because, well, we're in the cannabis industry here, and a lot of people do like to rewrite the history, their history in particular. And so I like the idea that we have historians that make sure the stories stay as accurate as possible. This is kind of one of the problems we have with cultivar names, right? You name something and then it just goes off and someone renames it, and now that true history, that true story of that cultivar is now muddied. Hopefully one day through
and
molecular. Go ahead, Sam. You have something to say?
and actually, water hash has been around for about a decade earlier
Yes.
because after Neville was showed that how to make water hash just using a big glass, uh, uh,
Jar.
large glass, yeah, jar. Uh, Me and Rob went crazy trying to figure out ways to make it better and better and better, but we didn't come up with screens. We came up with using ice water. We came up with using sugar water, salt water. We tried every different things to affect the reality, but uh, the end effect of it was we were making incredibly good uh, hash, water hash out of skunk number one, and it was coming out absolutely spectacular. And also, I wanted to mention too that first time I visited Morocco, it was the first hash country I went to, was 1971, and they had only really been making hash there for 5 or 6 years. Before that, they were a keef country, and they would smoke keef plants mixed with black tobacco in a Simsi pipe, and they were not a hash culture until, yeah,
The
the
French, I think, actually were the first that showed the Moroccans how to make cash. That's absolutely
no,
correct.
the first was actually an Algerian,
With Lebanese
and
screen techniques, I had heard. Was that Mustafa?
yes, correct, Mustafa, because we found the first family in Morocco. That was me and Rob did when we were there. We visited with them, and they explained exactly how it had started and how it begun. And we were shocked and surprised it was such a new industry.
Hmm. Yeah, that's incredible. I want to welcome best friend Brian into the room, who's crushing it out there on the East Coast. And I want to welcome one of my favorite people, Wade Laughter, to the room. Love you, buddy. Awesome. So yeah, I think I would love to hear from one of the, well, geez, maybe the only woman in the room, my good friend Caitlin, who runs a company called High Fidelity. I only met Caitlin a few years ago, but I will say she was the first girl that I met that was vibrating like a guy hash maker who was excited to meet me. She was so like vibrating at the highest frequency. She just had like, I don't know, 10 jars, and they were all like zip jars, each jar. She was like, "Oh, I want you to see this one, and you gotta see this one, and oh, I'm just so excited to meet you. This is great, and holy shit." And I was like, man, this chick is so awesome. And just her and her partner are just some of the nicest people. We have had some amazing experiences in different provinces, booting around on scooters and smoking hash, and she just has the most awesome awareness and passion and love for the plant, and she balances it out with a female energy that is so appreciative from my perspective, because I'm just always hanging out with dudes, as you can see at my in my room here, Caitlin. So shout out to Caitlin. She's going to give us a little introduction, tell us who she is, tell us what she's been doing for the last little bit, and tell us how High Fidelity came to be.
Thanks, Marcus. That's a great intro. Pardon me. Yeah, so I have been smoking hash for ages, how I feel like. I might be one of the younger folks here, but for me, it's always been about the eye-opening experience that was cannabis and that was hash. And when I was starting to explore this a little bit further, I wasn't really finding the hash that I was enjoying. Like I was really, sorry, I'm a bit overwhelmed to be here. I'm very excited. Yeah, we just weren't
That's
quite
what
happy.
we look for from you, Caitlin. I'm looking for your overwhelmedness and your excitedness and your awesome photos behind you. So
Thank
relax.
you.
You're amongst your peers here.
I appreciate it. So yeah, we were butane folks in the beginning too, and then when we learned about all of these cool solventless options, it was an obvious transition for us to go from the butane world to the solventless world, and it sort of developed from us in the hair straightener game too. We put finger hash into hair straighteners and parchment paper, and the whole game sort of grew from there. We were supplying that product in Vancouver, and it was a really interesting time. And then from that journey, we just sort of developed all these exciting ways to go. And I watched your videos and I learned what to do with your hash bags. And a friend of mine had like the best cannabis I had encountered in that we had encountered. And so we convinced him to make bubble hash, and we started making bubble hash there. Same thing. We're on the West Coast. It doesn't dry very well. So it took some playing. And then fast forward a little bit, I got a really exciting opportunity to work with some growers that had some really high quality product, and they had some extra product, and they said, here, take this and learn with it and play with it and make some cool hash. And so we got a really neat opportunity to just try and put stuff through the wash and put stuff through freeze dryers that we acquired, which was really awesome. And we just developed and filled this gap where I wasn't finding the product I liked, but I got the opportunity to make the product that I liked. And I don't know, people seem to eat it up. So we got the really good opportunity to grow and just develop our craft and develop our practice, and then meet people like you, Marcus, and that sort of excelled all of the things that I get to do. And so, long story short, we were making this product at home. People were enjoying it, and then we were trying to find our place in this market. And we came together with a company called Woody Nelson, and they were putting themselves together in the Canadian rec market, and we got to go with them. And so, for the last few years, we've been on the Canadian rec market making top quality rosin. But I wouldn't be here without all of you. And so, shout out to all of you guys whose backs I'm standing on to get me to this place. And now here we are. I'm one of the few female makers in Canada, and I'm one of the few folks doing what I'm doing in the market that I'm doing. And we're bringing, I think, top tier rosin to the rec market, which people aren't yet doing here in Canada. So it's very exciting.
One of the best, hands down. It's what I buy every time I go into I don't want to go into legal stores generally, but I will tell you, I went into one the other day with my buddy. We were going to eat at James on Hastings, this amazing Chinese food live crab place, and just across the street was an eggs dispensary, and I was like, we should go see if we can get some of my friend Caitlin's hash. And we walked over there. We walked in, and the dude Kieran, who was working there, was like, "Oh my God, are you Bubble Man?" He was kind of freaked out. I was like, "Oh, dude, whatever. Like, let's get some of this high fidelity hash." And so we ended up grabbing some, and I tried it out of the pivot from Puffco. Yeah, exactly. There it is. I also love the packaging. It's so cool. And we sat in my buddy's car and we took a dab each. We both have these pivots that Chelsea was so kind of us to share with us, and it tasted so good and it got us so high. And I just thought, there's a lot of complaining that goes on in our industry, in the legal Canadian industry, but I was looking out the window at all of these people walking by with their grocery bags, and they're, driving by in their cars, and I thought, holy shit, it reminded me of when Skunkman Sam said, I'm not fighting for any particular person to make profit off of this. I'm fighting for it to be accessible to everyone. And I thought,
Exactly.
holy shit, some of the best hash in the world is a 3-minute walk across the street. Any of these people, they don't even know that they could walk right in and buy this hash and have this experience. And it almost brought a tear to my eye in the sense that I thought, wow, this is a big deal. It's too bad that legalization, the way it's happened, has polluted the mind of the head into being against it. It's really a sad situation that the majority of the people that should be supporting this are absolutely not, and they're not supporting it on purpose. They have told me time and time again, I'll never buy government weed. And I'm like, well, the government didn't actually grow that weed. It's kind of like all the food you buy is government food, the gas you buy is government gas. Like, if you're going to use that limited way of explaining what the product is, it's like, no, get to know the people. And shout out to Ty, your grower there over at Woody Nelson, one of the growers. Ty and I, we linked up almost 25 years ago, and we had an amazing black market grow together on the Seymour River. I'll never forget it because it was the house that I caught this Quebecois dready guy on the front of my driveway with a garbage bag, and he was picking mushrooms in front of my house. And I found out after he left that those were cyanescens mushrooms. And that was how I learned to identify those mushrooms. And I've been picking them for 25 years since. And so, what a cool full circle for you to be watching my videos and then get involved with someone who grows exceptional weed that just happened to be my old grow partner 25 years ago. That is so cool.
It's a hilarious full circle. And when we realized that, like, what a great moment that was when we came together, all of us in one place. Like, yeah, it's a small world, isn't it? I like the
It
point you made,
absolutely is.
trying to make this product accessible to everybody, because I think that's my end goal, is just to try and bring high quality to everybody. And right now, it's not the most accessible thing. And like you said, we're trying to put that best hash that we can put in stores so that everybody can just walk in and have the opportunity to experience what we've been experiencing for so long, right? It's about shifting that market. And I think we can get the people there. They're not quite there yet, but I have high hopes that we can get the people there.
Absolutely. I agree. I agree. So thank you, Caitlin. We're going to kind of introduce each person, give everyone 5 minutes. Then I want to get into a deep and heavy conversation on from techniques to smoking to effects to cultivar choosing to everything that we love. I want to introduce Ras Kaya. Kaya and I met some years ago now. He rolled up. I still have this awesome pack of seeds in a wooden box with a stamp, golden stamp sealing the box. It was, I believe you said it was your last pack of the coffee, of Kaya's coffee. Awesome day to meet you and smoke hash with you. And, you were just like fully also so passionate and so loving. I've loved what you've been doing with Hashtag and Rosin Revolution, doing the courses. I think it's really a great thing to educate people, get them get them to be a part of it. The more people that understand the amount of work that goes into water hash and the sort of the love that has to go into it, the awareness that is required to go into it to really have the outcome that most of the people on this panel are looking for. So why don't you give us a little introduction, Kaya? Tell us what you've been up to. Tell us how you got into all of this, and just show us your love of this plant and resin.
Les, thank you for having me, Marcus. Everybody on the panel, what's up? Good to see you guys. Super honored to be here and giving thanks for being part of this fellowship and this livity that has existed for thousands of years amongst human beings, and sharing cannabis seed and cannabis medicine. It's really amazing to be here and to be holding space in this time. So I'm a real big fan of Haroon's page. I just want to say that, like, off the bat, like, watching that stuff happening in Afghanistan and the markets and the pictures of the old hash, like, to me, that's really a neat thing to be able to connect and to be able to touch in this like information age, right? Because I remember there was a time when we didn't, before the internet and everything, right? Like, you couldn't even find hash, and now we've got a window into that world that is super old and really is like the roots of what we're doing. So give thanks for that guy putting that information out there. Um, I do breeding. I'm kind of single source, right? So I do breeding, hash making, and I've been doing it for quite a long time up here in the Northwest. I lived up on that Canadian border and felt a lot of the pressure from Canada. We would go up there when I was 18, 19, and the border guards would always harass us because we'd have magazines when we came back. We were smart enough to not bring anything back, but I'm pretty sure I got myself on a list, and so they harassed me every time I come over. They would always ask, how's Mark Emery doing up there? And we never even knew the guy, but that was like the border guards were on us for that. It was kind of crazy. I wanted to say really quick, like, I think the really neat thing about hash and this listening to the conversation here is a lot of what progresses us, the progress in hash and in quality, right? It's all driven. Everybody's got kind of the same message. We just want higher quality stuff, and it's amazing how that quest for higher grades kind of drives hash and drives the cultivation models. And it's really amazing to see how good the hash has gotten. And I don't know, it's really cool. It's a neat thing to be a part of and to be able to experience. when I first started smoking hash, I'd get it from my buddy Bubba, and you'd see it once in a while. And I'm talking like 96, 97. He'd show up with like a cannonball size kilo of hash. And it was minty and kind of green sometimes. Other times we would get, the stamped stuff from Europe. But there really wasn't much local stuff. Like you said, we were throwing our trim out. It was like, get rid of the evidence. Pounds were $4,000 and up. So nobody was really even making hash. But then, we wanted it for ourselves because you couldn't find it on the market. And, most of the time when you did, the quality wasn't that great. So being able to get your hands on it, and this is a short time period where, we went from throwing our trim out to, washing buds, washing whole crops. I mean, I remember I was probably one of the first people to do that, take an indoor crop, cut it down and just wash the whole thing. People were like, "Are you crazy?" And I'm like, I might be, but this is where it's going. And I got rewarded for that. And a lot of people started jumping in and doing it. And right now, I don't know what the percentage is, but man, a lot of people are growing just for hash. So it's a neat thing to be a part of.
Yeah, well, that's that joy of being that single source. I was never that. I always appreciated it. I had a very close relationship with breeders, because I understood the importance of, finding those special things. I've always had very close relationships, but when you're those things, I mean, it's kind of why Sam is the man, right? Not only did he live and spend time in all of the hash producing countries, he also collected seed, and then he also took those seeds and bred them on like a massive scale. Like he wasn't planting 10 or 15 seeds. He was planting like 100,000 or 20,000, or he could speak to it better than me. I don't want to make a mistake, but you were planting a lot. Can we agree, Sam?
Yes. Uh, my biggest federal hunt was about 20,000 for 2 years. But the more you plant, the more likely you're going to find what you want.
Right. Yeah. Expand that gene pool. So I appreciate the work that you've done, dude. The Kaya, the coffee is so good and so special, and it's one of those ones that people play with it and they cross things with it, and they're finding even more exceptional things down the line. So you definitely did a good job there. Your hash is awesome. I've smoked your hash. It's full melt, like to the T. Bubbly, bubbly goodness. If it don't bubble, it ain't worth the trouble. Kaya's hash is worth the trouble, I can assure you.
Hey, I appreciate it. Like a lot of us learned from each other. I flew Nick up, and because I remember before you could share information on forums, right? Like people didn't really invite you to their gardens. If you got an invite to somebody's garden, you would walk in and learn 10 things right off the bat. Like it was like just the information share. So when we started making hash and sharing tech, I wanted to wash with whomever I, heard people were out there doing things. I wanted to get with them and link and share information. And Nick came out and helped me wash. I washed with some really awesome guys here in Washington, and just that sharing of information has really helped to elevate. And I think it's just a crucial part of what we're doing here and how to experience this life in the first place. But like look what happens when we do it, right? Like we get rewarded big time, right? And so that's I don't know.
So here's a good question for you. Here's one that's kind of might be difficult, might be not, because I deal with this all the time. I think what you said is so true and so important, and it moves the entire industry forward, and it inspires people you don't even know you're inspiring. On the flip side of like just paying your mortgage and your bills and the fear and scarcity of money, which always seeps in, right? Especially during this maddening economy right now. So you have people that are kind of like, if you're doing really good, it's one thing, but if you're getting closer to threshold where you're not doing so good, I know people like to keep things a little tighter to their chest. So like, or even not necessarily tight to their chest, but monetizing it. Like you, for instance, do courses, which are monetized courses. People are going to pay for tickets. They're going to come to the event. You're going to teach them a bunch of stuff. How do you balance that yes, we're monetizing this over here, but we're also like, I'm willing to go almost anywhere and wash with people and kind of just teach. It's a weird thing that I see as there's a higher value now in the industry for this IP, for the understanding of how to do these processes. So how do we balance that love and passion of still, of course, wanting to give it all away, but also on the flip side of realizing like, whoa, like that's the market I work in. So I'm training all of these different people to become the market that I am actively involved in selling hash. So because I have this all the time, I've been giving away all this information for years and years and years. I have done some courses, and I am not against doing private courses. I have a lab in Delta. I think it would be a great idea, have people come in and pay a fee and really give them like some great information. But on the flip side, I'm also like, let's just work that lab and put that hash out on the market and not like it's a real. I lean obviously more towards the love and abundance than I do the fear and scarcity. But how do you, Raskaya, keep the fear and scarcity at bay?
Let me come up and do a class with you. I'd love to do that. It's been a while since I've been to your facility, first of all. And
Yeah, man.
I think here's the thing is like knowing and doing are two different things. And in my class, I really teach a very detailed level of, these are all the little steps, right? Because there's 10,000 steps, and if you hit them all, you'll have the highest grade. But if you skip any one of them, start subtracting. So having that depth of knowledge is one thing, but being able to apply it, caring to apply it, going back and tying it into the cultivation, which let's be honest, once we reach the best practices for the hash making, it reverts back to the growing cycle to determine the grades of the hash. So being able to actually do those things is different than knowing it. So I have no fear in teaching people. Very, very few of them are actually going to go back and do all that work. And that's really where like the passionate ones will win, and they'll take this information and do great things. And then I can go to a BC and roll up and find that great hash that High Fidelity is putting out. You know what I mean? And I don't have to smuggle something across the border. So I win too. But, again, just knowing versus doing is, share the IP or sell the IP if you can, and don't worry about having to compete against
I have
yourself.
a question for you, Iris. What what is your personal favorite method to make hashish of any kind?
What really got me on this kind of track was I had this plant that I actually got from some guys up in Canada. It was called Heavy Duty Fruity, and
Oh shit.
I had trimmed it on a trim thing and scooped the sift from underneath it, and it was exquisite. The taste was so good, and I think if you can get a really nice dry dry sift, there's nothing that can top that. There's just something
But
about the way that it
you're
retains.
you're a man of my own heart. Dry sip, static tech, to me, that's the gold standard.
Dude, you would
Yes,
not even
full
smoke
belt.
any of my water hash for like till we went to Jamaica and I made that fire water hash in Jamaica. That was the first time I even saw you smoke water hash.
Well, I had smoked water hash before, but the problem is I had really large quantities of dry sip, and when you clean up dry sip to 99.9% resin heads, it's with static tech, it's very hard to beat unless you're doing it with a crappy variety or something. But I was using skunk number one, and it was great.
Well, it speaks volumes to the fact that, and this has been an argument that people have been doing forever. Well, since nicotine named it solventless, because then you're like, well, it's a misnomer. There's solvents in the plant. It's like, that's not what he was talking about. Oh, but water is still a solvent. Well, it wasn't being used as a solvent in this instance. Well, why is the water dark then? What's in the water? Back and forth, back and forth. Fuck off already. Holy shit. Let's just smoke some hash and fucking enjoy life. It's short going to be all dead in 50 years. Well, I'm probably going to be dead in 50 years. Anyway, where was I going with that? I got pretty high.
Oh no, he got high. What are you
I
smoking?
I had such a good point to make. I was smoking, listen, this concentrated X. 10-year anniversary, strawberry banana, 120 micron, single source, blah, blue, blee, blah, live hash rosin. It's very strong. I'm not gonna lie.
I
And
think you
it's
were
got
talking
tallow.
about the different methods to make hash, Marcus.
I definitely was talking about the different methods to make hash, but I'm not sure how I was looking to tie that into the point I was going to make about the solventless and this, that, and the other thing. So I'll just keep moving along. I'm going to thank you, Kaya. We're going to get back to you for sure.
Can
would
I
like
interrupt
to,
and just
please.
shout out one person
Yes.
real quick?
Fuck yeah.
I want to big up Compassion from
Yeah.
your forum, from fullmeltbubble.com, Chadwick
Chadwick.
Bastardo.
Yeah, man.
Because, you know, before we go further, he is really the guy who coined the term rosin for our process. And it was a very crude method that came about in 2005 on your forum back then. But he's the guy that coined the term rosin for his crude method of utilizing a stainless steel bowl and a spoon and heating it up his bubble and separating it and finding that the oil separated to the outside. He would scrape it up and put it on his screen and found that it was melting through his screen. And so that was really where the term rosin first came from. I just wanted to
I used that method with my dry sift, and it worked, but it was hard to make really, really, really clean rosin.
It wasn't scalable. It wasn't scalable, but it's what gave people the first idea.
Physical phenomena.
Yeah, there we go. So I just wanted to, like, we're shouting out the legends and shouting out those that came before us. We just have to big up Chadwick Bastardo.
Dude, look at that shit. That was the real deal. That was rosin. That was the first rosin.
That was the first rosin.
Everybody was tripping over
For real.
that on the
So
forums.
Chadwick Bastardo, aka Compassion.
This was February 9th, 2006. So it was just a couple months into 2006.
Yeah, there we go.
You were pretty accurate there. I thought you were way off on the year, and I went and found it, and it's like, there it is. Like, I remember these pictures just being like,
Bro.
What the fuck?
I think we should have him on at some point. I just wanted to interject real quick. I mean,
It looks exactly like my bowl.
Did it?
Chadwick Bastardo.
Oh, it looks.
I mean,
exactly
that is some
like
gooey looking stuff, man.
Yeah.
What variety is that?
I don't remember what the variety is. I remember the wild thing is he was originally with Sarah, who has now been partners with Matt, the great gardener, and Matt, the great gardener, and Chadwick were roommates. So they were like super close homies. So there's kind of like a little trio of connectivity, how those three people all connect back to one another. And of course, Great Gardener is one of those places where I made some spectacular hash. He had really nice material. He was dry sifting it for a very long time in a tumbler. And at the time, I was, under lock and key with Sam's tech, but I was still able to do it. So I'd go over to Matt's house and, just make a couple hundred quick grams of static tech, which was the craziest thing. Let me tell you, the day that Sam showed me that, it really like blew my mind in a like it expanded my mind in a way that I didn't realize I had been limiting myself. It made me realize that there are great secrets in the world that if you don't know them, they change it. It would change your life to simply know a great secret. And when he showed me that, it expanded my entire horizon. It really did. And it was a hard thing. I had so many people bothering me to show them. And I would say, listen, man, like, aren't you my friend? And they'd be like, yes, of course. And I'd be like, okay, well, like, this is a man I really look up to. He's my friend, but he's
Don't
also
feel
like a
bad,
mentor.
Marcus, because for 30 years, people tried to figure it out until finally your buddy at DrySift came up with the glove method.
Yeah, well, that was a slow go. What really happened was It was D420K who started it, and he wanted to know very badly, but I was just showing him my carding method. And he went and bought some cards that were iTunes cards, and instead of using the small card, he used the big piece of plastic that it was attached to, and tons of shit stuck to it. And he saw
Yeah,
that and was
I
like,
remember doing
he was
that.
like, so he did a couple videos on that, and then this dude, Tan Hat, 10 or met Mies. I think it was Mies first. He came up with possibly like a roller with parchment around it and going over the top of the screen. And I was like, oh my God, they're getting so close. And then someone even did it with a glove, but they blew the glove up. So it was like a balloon and they did it like that. And I was like, oh my God, they are so
Yeah, and who
close.
was it? Martek? Was that his name?
Well, Mies was the one that did the rapping. I don't know who would
No,
have
I'm talking
posted.
about the first one with the glove.
I don't
Uh,
know
uh,
who it was. It was definitely like that'd be interesting because I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to go ahead, Russ.
as far as
It,
I know, I think his name was Martek. I've communicated with him many times, and uh, uh, yeah, when that happened, then I freely told anybody how to use the hand method of study.
Yeah,
the
it's
first time
definitely
I
the way.
saw the hand method, Cuban came over and showed me prior to the 2013 Cannabis Cup in Seattle,
Yes.
and
Yeah,
I never told anybody
Cuban
about
figured
it,
it
and
out.
I was so mad because he made this big pile of like terrible hash become the beautifulest hash in like
Yeah,
that quick. And I was like, oh my
no,
gosh, I spent so many
he
hours
told
in
me
the
that he
washroom.
figured out, but he didn't tell anybody. And
No, he said the opposite. He said it wasn't Static Sift because he was on Hash Church and he said that many times. Because I would
yeah,
be like,
but
dude, of course it's Static Sift. What are you talking about? This just became available to people, and you're gonna claim that you're not like, dude, what? You're like you're
yeah,
using a
because
secret
I
machine.
developed static tech. I think it was '88,
Jesus Christ. That's amazing.
and
Anyway, we
for
got
the
to move
longest
on.
time, nobody figured it out.
We're gonna introduce my good homie Aaron's buddy who he introduced me to. He says, when I talk to this guy, man, it's like an episode of Hash Church. And so he is Tim Clark, and he was introduced to me by Aaron, who is a good friend, hash maker, um, moderator for almost all my groups on Facebook, super moderator, like superhuman moderator, to deal with the bullshit that happens in all my. I have very specific hash groups like water extraction, drying techniques, and lyophilization ovens. And there's like, between 10 and 60,000 people in each of these groups. And most people have the understanding that the internet is, let's just show pictures that people like and they'll like my pictures. But these groups are like, if you're not hammering these groups with full detailed knowledge, we don't want you posting in them. We only want details. We want times and numbers and threshing pressure, everything, how much water, temperatures. So anyway, Tim Clark, please introduce yourself to the Hash Church group and let us know how you got into this and where you're at today.
Why, good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully, you can all hear me.
Yes, we can
Yes,
hear
we
you well.
can.
Excellent. Not a problem. Well, thank you for putting me here. Thank you for allowing me to be here, Marcus. It's always an honor to be on a panel such as this with everybody and to look at what the scope of water hash is becoming and the scope of what solventless is becoming in terms of not just personal usage, medicinal usage, but then also commercialization. It's quite a phenomenal span, just even in the small amount of time that it's progressed in the last 10 years. So, in just doing that, and knowing that, and coming from a traditional background of indoor, outdoor, and mixed light cultivation, it's kind of not necessarily been a guiding light, but it's always been a global pursuit in all respects of what we do. And then especially when it comes to the market for developing new varieties, in especially coming with Sam's experience from all of this to where he's been at a different level from everybody for 30, 40 years from now. So we develop type threes, we develop type twos, We do it specifically for a water hash in product, those types of SKUs for hemp product. We do THC cultivation. We do it all from Colorado. We've been doing it now for the last 9 years commercially. Outside of that, personally, I've been involved with cannabis ever since I became a cannabis user when I was 15. I developed a chemistry background commercially. I used to work for a pharmaceutical company. I kind of diverged from that after a few things went awry, especially in the product development side, working for research and development. Thank you, Dr. Mark, for getting me into Hash Church. It's one of the best things that's ever happened to me in terms of the visibility for just the products and then everybody involved. And outside of that, we've been able to develop a lot of interesting and new things in terms of hemp things for us, at least in the solvent dispute. And really, it's all due to the things that progress from this platform, from all of the people involved, from everybody you've had on here for the last decade. And I really just can't thank you enough for all of that. But outside of that, I'll just keep it short because we got a lot of stuff to get through today. Thank you.
You caught me dunking my banger in the banger basket. But okay, well, thanks for the kind words, Tim. Appreciate that. Always nice to hear from new people. I went back recently and I looked at like the first couple of Hash Churches. It's kind of wild how fast Dr. Mark showed up on Hash Church. Same with Horatio. And I think Horatio was the one that brought Dr. Mark. So I want to talk to Dr. Mark here real quick. He can introduce the homies that he's sitting with. They look like I feel like I'd love to be at any one of your spots right now, but I feel like I'd want to be at Dr. Mark's spot the most right now. These guys look like they're going to town.
Well, okay, so our cameraman over here is Nick at the end of the couch, right? Show yourself, Nick. Yeah. So then sitting next to Nick, we have our mutual friend, Kind Bill, who is So first of all, we have to say we're speaking to you from the Zen Bar here in Waterbury, Vermont. So this is Vermont representing. And we all know Kind Bill. Geez, Bill, when did we meet each other? It's been like over 10 years, I think, right? Or just right around that time.
Maybe 2015,
right.
2014.
Yeah, with Chris Hardiman and that whole
A little before that, right?
Oh yeah, maybe just a little bit before that. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, you were working at Mindful, right?
Yep. Yeah.
And so Meg Sanders' operation. The coolest thing about that grow is it's right across the street from the Denver cop shop. So
massive police station across the street.
Huge police station across the street. So it's just not like weed in the entire neighborhood.
You should go check that police station for mushrooms. When there's that many heads in one spot, mushrooms often pop up.
Yeah. So yeah, we were on Adam Dunn together a couple times. But every time I roll through Denver, Bill always had a couple pucks for me, and it was always the greatest tasting stuff. And Bill, what's your story? I mean, you started solvent, or no? You didn't start. No, when did you get into solvent?
I got exposed to traditional hash in a meaningful way in like 87. So my mentors were some Canadian growers, expats on the run from Canada, and I ended up with them in South Florida. Did a lot of like weed oil smuggling in the early days while growing some pretty high quality ganja down in Florida. Caught a little Fed case for that, where I spent the early and mid 90s doing some time, and then I'm actually originally from Colorado, so I got back as soon as I could and got involved, just guerrilla in the mountains in Colorado. I landed in Boulder the same year that Nick did, actually.
So what year was that?
98, right?
99 for me.
Yeah. So just a year before, but parallel paths, always like one person apart, actually, throughout. And then I probably met you in like 2011.
Yeah, probably early on.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I made a lot of solventless between probably 2002 and 2009, where I then started doing a lot of DHO. I was the original trainer for the Emotech closed loop system. So when the closed loop became available to me, I kind of went all in. Um, and
That's like 2010.
I was on some earlier equipment before that, the Tsunami or whatever it was.
Comisium.
Comisium,
right?
Yeah.
Right. And Busy Bee had already had an extractor out there, right?
No, not quite. I don't think.
Not quite.
But like I have worked with Dorian, and I think I might have trained him on his first closed loop. I'm pretty sure. But when I met the folks at Emotech, the machine had a temperature rating on it, and I was like, "Wow, you could freeze this." I actually talked Bill Geist, from A Cut Above, into giving me some material that he had frozen for Nick into running, and that was like the first attempt in a like closed loop live resin run, and it didn't come out right, but the rest, that was the initial, like, so Nick and I have been kind of weirdly parallel.
Well, I think the term fresh frozen, we started freezing stuff. So that's why his buddy Phil, had stuff frozen, because we started freezing. And then, I think in that room with the, you should freeze beats as well.
Yeah.
We all kind of went out as a crew and entered, and I think all took.
Frozen.
Okay, good. I thought that was maybe
Speaking
just me.
of fresh frozen, they got so fresh frozen the screen froze.
Yeah,
but
they got fresh
I was
frozen.
able to talk those folks into letting me freeze whole plants like out of the gate. You know what I mean? We did some little test runs with some stuff that they had with some trim they'd frozen for Nick, and I was like, "Hey, man, let's build a space to be able to freeze this and handle it correctly," and that was kind of like, is actually going to ruin it. Let me freeze it. So yeah, been blessed to be with the plant since '85.
Yeah, let me introduce my friend here. This is Trainer. So Trainer represents the next generation of hash maker, one of the best hash makers here in the green state of Vermont. We have a nice legal market up here, and here's his brand. He represents these folks here.
Got this one too. Yeah. So it's an honor to be here, and I really it's been inspirational to sit here with so many well-respected hash makers and great minds in the cannabis space. I've been hash making seriously for just the past couple of years, but it's only possible because of being able to people like yourselves have put out, and synthesize it in the Vermont years.
We can't hear anything.
No, it's frozen.
It's in Dr. Mark's fridge. So Dr. Mark, highly recommend. Hey, bud, and my good friend, your trainer.
Trainer's hash is in my fridge.
There you go.
Guys,
There you go.
Hey, and Mark, man, what a blessing, this forum that you make to get all these guys together and share information. I'm always been an open source guy. And your earlier point, there's a balance there, of like people being able to pick up on the level of caretaking is where the training comes in with pay, right? To specific technique. I have always been like, hey, let's get everything out there and get more people high. It's the blessing of this legalization that a broad range of people have access to amazing product now, where there was a very narrow band. I've always been able to get exceptional cannabis. I've been lucky that way, but the amount of people is an exponent. So it's cool. And you've been a part of that through these kind of forums. So
yeah, well, thank you guys for coming out and being a part of it, man. Without all of you guys, it's really nothing. So I appreciate the stories, and I appreciate you guys coming on and sharing your time. It's Sunday morning, for God's sakes. People are like, you'll never get a head up at 9 a.m. on a Sunday morning. I'm like, really? Because I've been doing it for like 10 years and they just keep getting up. So I don't know about what you guys are smoking, but what we're smoking over here is melty and delicious. So I wanna get back to another female presence, a very well-known hash maker in the hash church and High Times Cannabis Cup, and just sort of all over an awesome person who hasn't shared her time with us for a long time. We've kind of been off on different. She's had the craziest life adventure in the last like 5 years since I actually I spoke to her a little bit, but not publicly on a forum like this for a while. So I want to welcome Jen Doe to the room, and thanks. Great to see you. And let us know a little bit about what's going on and where you're heading and where you're at.
Hi guys, it's good to be here. Thank you for having me. It's been for fucking ever, for sure.
Crazy.
Very crazy. Yeah. The last 5 years has been wild, but if we remember, the 5 years before that was wild too. So no, it just doesn't ever seem to stop.
You're wild.
I'm wild. Life is always interesting. I don't know, what do you want to hear about? So where am I at? I am currently working at a sift lab right now, playing with a bunch of dry sift. Previous to that, so this last year I took a whole year off and went to all sorts of different places to try and get my health back. So I did 2 months in Mexico, been bouncing all over the place. Previous to that, I was in Maine, doing my single source, trying to survive. I actually got Lyme disease when I moved to Maine, so that screwed up my last 5 years pretty good, but sent me on a really wild life journey, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. What do you want to hear about?
Well, tell us about the static sift that you've been playing on. I saw you just posting pictures the other day. I was like, you had like a one of those Sambo filtration static sifter machines. You were like, it looked like you were doing some glove work. You guys had the microscope out. We just literally talked about dry sift, and Sam was talking about it, and I was talking about it, and Kaya was talking about it. So how perfect that you would be talking about it as well.
Yeah. So I haven't done dry sift at scale until now. That's always just been kind of personal on the side from the water hash that I was making. But I got the opportunity to come up to a really beautiful outdoor farm, and I'm making a bunch of their sift. I get to go through all the different strains and kind of see what is going to be allocated for what product and product design. Playing with the Sambo Creek machine, they had that up here. Still kind of trying to figure out what my opinion is on that. But in the meantime, I'm a very hands-on person, so I really enjoy working on the screens more than trying to send it through a machine. Obviously, at scale, if we can figure out how this machine is going to work best for each strain. Like it'd be nice to speed it up a little bit, but man, I love feeling the resin on my hands, you know. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's been
I,
great. Yeah.
I appreciate
And
that
do you
as
do it
well.
with hands or gloves?
Both. Mostly gloves, but I like to get my hands in there to feel everything.
I always use my hands.
Yeah. I don't know. I figure if it's going on in the market, I should probably be using gloves, but for just sort of like the testing things out and playing around with the different strains and getting a good idea of what they're going to do, I do like to use my hands. So,
Yeah, I always, when I test material, I'll stick my hand into a bag, up to my right about there. When I can see how much resin has stuck to my hand, it gives me a good idea of what the material. I mean, obviously, if it's really good material and I just look under the bag and there's just like a ton of sift right there, then I'm like, okay, this is good.
mhm.
But if it doesn't have that and it's a bigger bag, um, that little hand trick can always give me a good idea how well the resin's going to react. And that's cool that your job is sort of, grading the resin for the products and SKUs that it needs to go into, because I've found that static sifting is a huge sort of bonus to have in the lab in regards to know, because like if you're doing sift products, but you're making traditional hash or something else with the sift, and you don't realize that you just let a bunch of like pure diamonds like go through to a middle grade skew instead of something that could have been sifted out through static and put into like 6-star full melt dry sift jars. The margin on that is it's a much more valuable product than say, making farmer's grade sift and dumping it into like traditional hash or something.
Yeah, exactly. And it's interesting having access to so many different cultivars all at the same time to be able to see how they work. Like I was working one yesterday and I haven't seen it react on the screens the way this did. It's like it was not a good thing. But it was sort of like dancing around really weird when I was working with it. So
Was it creating
I don't know if the
balls? That
towards the end,
sounds like it was too warm and it created balls, because that's when you get that dancing, and that keeps your hand from touching the screen. It lifts your hand up, and the process like you have to make sure that that's probably really high quality resin if it's balling up like that. But you should be in a colder environment when doing it. Room
it
temperature is
wasn't
not really
really
ideal.
balling.
No?
Yeah, no, it wasn't really balling up. I did have that the other day because we had kind of a warmer day.
Oh yeah.
So I had to kick the cool bot on, but it's been really cold up here. So it wasn't that because it didn't happen on the one before, the one after it.
Mm.
It was something weird with the plant material itself. So it wasn't necessarily just the resin. Like there wasn't a lot of return, like barely anything. But
Oh
just
yeah.
the way that the plant material was dancing on the screens was really interesting. Like it was even creating weird little shapes that, it looked like maybe there had been some like a water spot or something that had been on the screen that it sort of like accumulated there and then like I don't know how to explain it. I should have taken a video of it because it was really freaking weird.
Yeah,
Um,
that sounds weird.
but yeah, no, the temperature was on point. This was just this specific material. It's the only time it happened out of the last 10 that I've gone through. So I don't know. Yeah, but it's fun to see how everything reacts differently and to be able to decide, okay, this one's going to be better for water. This one's going to be better for SIP. This one needs to go BHO. This one probably just terps. Hash wrap, step balls, full melt, uh, all the different things. It's just so fun because I've got so many strains to work with right now that it's like, what are you gonna do? Yeah, I'm loving it.
It is definitely one of the
It's a
nice
nice change.
things of working in a
Yeah.
commercial environment. Hey, look at Josh has a young man with him there. What's going on? What's going on,
Hey, my name's
Dragonfly?
Alan.
Hey, what's up,
Alan's
Alan?
an amazing family member in the family here, friends with Sky and the kids, makes like the world's greatest mountain bike jumps. This guy's
Nice.
amazing. Mainly, I love weed, so
Nice. Well, it helps
Hey,
you make better jumps.
It does. Well, I always say I'm blessed with my job because I get to hang out in the woods and forests all day and just get creative. And, cannabis is a great tool for that. So just get to connect with nature and make some cool stuff from it.
And we've had some incredible journeys. Go ahead.
I love that you can. I love that that's more safe to do now because I remember a time people involved in professional sports, like mostly the guys that I know were like, snowmobilers and mountain bikers and skiers and snowboarders. And, I was in the backcountry one time and this dude, like, I won't say his name, but it was like a big commercial for like Nike or something. And we were all on sleds at the bottom and he like took a rip out of a vape pen. And then he went and like smashed this double backflip off this like 85-foot cliff, like in one shot. Like the dude filming was like, "Oh my God, that was amazing." Because you don't want to have a landing, right? For a commercial like that, it has to be the first landing.
Right.
So every time you do the jump, it's at a different place. And he had hit that, and I walked over to him afterwards. I was like, dude, like that was fucking ridiculous. It's so like it's too bad you're not really allowed to like promote the fact that it was a vape pen, a little hit of some THC that inspired you to go and smash something that, in my opinion, is like a very high level of the thing you're doing. That's like the highest level. It's a death-defying stunt, dude. You could just die if you did it the wrong way. And he just did it so hardcore. And then he got it. He was like, yeah, I would never like, he's like, sometimes we like promote alcohol and stuff. He's like, I would never drink alcohol before doing what I just did. Like not even the smallest sip. But from the sponsorship world, they see that as like, no, here, hold this whiskey and now go do that jump versus like, tell the truth. Hey, you know what? I hit a pretty good rip right before I did that jump. It really got like me focused. Because they don't want that narrative. That narrative was for a very long time a dangerous narrative. And here you are as a young person just shattering that narrative. So thank you.
Thank you.
And it's also been a big part of the healing journey that a lot of these athletes have, gone through, doing like 80 and 90-foot jumps or cliff jumps and whatever it is, and then all of a sudden not maybe having access to doctors around the world, but not having like that spiritual connection, like a real plant. And you didn't grow up around like herb or ganja or the farm. So it's been a huge, like amazing awakening. I would have, I think just coming on the farm and seeing births and, the whole thing,
Well, I think, my perspective of it is it's interesting that I grew up in Wyoming and then I moved up to Canada when I was 19. And so Wyoming is like a very legal state still. And everybody there was like pretty, weed is the devil's lettuce. Like, oh my God, you can't be smoking that. And then I started going to mountain bike events in Colorado when I was like in high school. And so I started meeting all these Colorado guys and they were like, dude, weed's the best thing ever. Like, what do you mean? And I was like, oh, this is so nice to be in a chill environment with this. And then everybody's like, BC, man, BC bud. You got to go smoke the BC bud and ride the BC trails. Like that's where it's at. So I moved to Canada and then everybody laughed at me so hard here. They were like, what are you paranoid about? I'm like, you're driving. Oh my God, you have weed in the car. Like, oh, it's not sealed up properly. And they're just like, it's Canada. It's fine. And I'm like, this is crazy. But then over time, I started seeing how a lot of my friends in the riding world were like using cannabis more than anything else. Like I was, the primary substance. Like a lot of them weren't drinking as much as like other sports. And then I started seeing the healing aspect like a few years later with some of my friends having big accidents and Josh and Kelly, like, man, like huge influence in the bike world and really started like a ripple that just kept influencing more and more generations. And so like some of the riders I looked up to, they were coming out to the farm and I'm learning about like they're using this oil. What's this like CBD oil and this THC oil that they're using to recover so fast? And then all of a sudden, like get onto the caps, start learning like just the multitude of uses for cannabis, the mushrooms, like everything, how it like, all just coexists and accents each other and amplifies the medicinal benefits when combined correctly. So just this whole learning process about it and like relationship with cannabis has been such an amazing journey. Yeah, just
made
thank
your
you.
first hash together with us, you know what I mean? And I guess that's our biggest like addition to this community is really just love, family, cultivation, excitement. I was born in 1973 and my mom was, this New York, Puerto Rican, biker hippie. and all she wanted to do was smoke hash while she was pregnant with me. So I feel like I got that like early inoculation of like ganja's the way for my life, for me. And then, you know, going through the 70s, all of our parents were just always involved with the cultivation of it in Southern Oregon. And so we got used to like, wow, healthy environments, healthy people, healthy medicine equals thriving. Equals just going, you know, like full bore. You want to come here too? And, you know, and
I just wanted to say my most favorite thing about hash. My most favorite thing about hash. Hi, everybody. First of all, my most favorite thing about being alive is all of you beautiful, amazing faces.
And how can we tell a story whenever these other people are telling stories? I mean, give me a break. This is
that's number one. Seeing everybody, just you always make my week, my day,
Lindsay's
my life.
Beautiful. We love the brand. It's his best friend. I mean, Nick, come on. You know.
My most favorite thing about hash is that when, first of all, Hashish for sharing, and I heard it so many times. And when you share hash, you immediately settle to the same frequency. And that's what plant medicine does. So when you're with people and you're smoking the same kind of hash, especially if it's single source, it comes from love, it's a higher vibration. We're all really raising the vibration. I feel like we're able to settle in the same frequency. And that same frequency helps us ascend. And you can say the same with alcohol. People go to a bar to be in the same frequency, but that's a lower vibrational frequency. And I think we all could agree on that. It's fine if you want to go get drunk with your buddies, but I think we could all agree that there's a lower vibrational frequency with that. But hashish and cannabis brings us into a higher frequency vibration, which I think ascends all of us as human beings on the planet. That's all I wanted to say. And I love you guys.
Awesome.
Yeah. We got our first bags in 1999 after coming up to British Columbia. You know, we wanted a better way of life than growing in Southern Oregon and Northern California at the time, because it was more militant, more just gnarly and more camp. You know, the campaign against marijuana, it was heavy duty. And we had a year-old son, you know, who we wanted to just live on the land and do herbalism, but there was so much terrible logging in Oregon because the mountains are so accessible. We came to Nelson, British Columbia, building yurts, and I was building yurts as a contractor in the late 90s and going to different people's farms all over on the West Coast, super hippie farms, and doing like barn raisings with things, because we were like the early eco builders of the 90s, you know, wanting to do like mycology and grow weed and do cubensis and whatnot. And then we got this job in 1998 in Nelson, and we were like, whoa, there's a place called Holy Smoke, and whoa, we can smoke hash in a store in Columbia. Nice echo. I like that psychedelic touch.
Holy smokes, homies, dude. Those are the homies. Paul and Dustin and Alan Middlemiss. Those were the homies.
Which we still see, and big love to Dustin on his healing journey. And Alan.
And we opened up our Volkswagen door coming from the border. We opened it right up, and there was Wayne King standing there. And he said to us, it looks like you just came from the border. You probably need some joints. And I just thought, oh, I've found the Holy Land.
And then we went to the
and anyone who knows Wayne King, he is absolutely one of the most unbelievable souls that has created and made Nelson what
amazing
it is today.
Artist and stuff. But you know, so we went to the grow stores, and it was you couldn't even barely buy a light in Oregon at the time. You had to like buy one part of the light, go out the back door, buy the other part of the light. All the ballasts were a bunch of wires and hot coils and fucking copper wires and shit. And then all of a sudden there's this thing on the wall that says, chill out, turn your trash to cash. And we're like, whoa, what does that mean? And then they're like, yeah, you can use these bags, 1999, you can use these bags to like sift with ice water and hash, and the hash, like it bubbles. because we had hash like in high school or whatever, and my favorite was the gold-plated Black Widow hash that we got in the late 90s or late 80s, early 90s high school in Medford, Southern Oregon. But it didn't bubble. It was killer. It was gold as shit and packed and had stamps. And it was, I mean, if it's gold plated and Black Widow, like I'm in, but it didn't bubble. So it was super cool. And then learning about Marcus and the whole wave of and we were growing hundreds of plants at the time because we could. And so we were seeing like all the variation and quality and all of that. We have an early cultivation video from 2002 on our Instagram page.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No,
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. Have a nice seeing everybody.
That's awesome. Thanks for sharing the story, and thanks for shouting out the Holy Smokers. I love those guys, man. Like those are those we had for whatever reason, and it must have been through Martin and his relationship with Alan that connected the Manitoba hemp guys to the Holy Smokes guys. It would have been even before they created Holy Smokes.
Probably.
They were just awesome dudes, and we love them today as much as we loved them back
We
then.
were smoking hash off of the little tiny coals.
Yeah,
they had this coal, and it was like a straw. They had like some kind of a cool straw that was made out of glass,
and they had oil,
and they were like, "Are you in?" I was like, "I'm so in. I don't know
the red oil,
on
the red oil from Terry."
It had a glass piece on
that's the mare.
Yeah. The glass piece
that's
went
the mare.
Tube went into a ball.
Dude, I introduced Breeder Steve to the mare. So these guys, listen, you guys have to understand what we're talking about here is these guys, the Holy Smokers, were dabbing in like the late 80s, early 90s. They were Terry had discovered a few key things in oil making. He discovered that you needed to run your solvent through a condenser and clean out contaminants, and that he figured out like way earlier than most people. So he was using like different solvents, and they would have lead inhibitors and rust inhibitors and different things that needed to be removed, and he'd do that through this pretty simple process. And then he figured out really quite a long time ago that if he just ran his blackish green oil through charcoal filter, it would come out red. And so he created the cherry oil in the Kootenays, like way back when, man. Like this guy was like just figuring stuff out kind of on his own. And once again, gotta shout out the draft dodgers, the expats, the dudes that like bounced out of Cali and other parts of America to create really what we know as the Kootenays, which is both where Caitlin is at and where Josh and Kelly are at right now. So the Kootenays, a big part of why it's so cool is that there were these people that were just like, no, I'm not going to go kill people in another country for my government. That's totally fucked.
It's Marcus, and I'll just say this really quick. Our community is a Quaker community here in the Kootenays, and the Quakers helped the draft dodgers, but the Quakers escaped California in the 50s. They escaped California during McCarthyism. So back in the 50s, they were like, oh shit, McCarthyism's coming after us. We can't teach. We can't be natural. We can't be self-reliant. There's too many chemicals coming into our agriculture. We need to leave. Californian Quakers came up to British Columbia. Alabama Quakers went to Costa Rica. The original Quakers when Costa Rica started the first nature preserves in Costa Rica and really started a huge natural movement in Costa Rica and are still there in Monteverde. And a lot of people from our community go to Monteverde in Costa Rica, and that's really special. In the late 60s, they helped with the Doukhobors. The Doukhobors over in the Slocan, the Russian pacifists who got kicked out of Russia because they didn't want to take up arms, came to Canada, got scrutinized by the Canadian government because they only wanted to speak Russian and not pay taxes and live on flax, animals, and the forest. They had been taken out of their farms in the 50s and 60s and put in concentration camp like things like the Japanese. The Doukhobors were also like the natives. They were all taken out of their house. So a lot of the people that live in the mountains here are revolutionary because they're just like, I want to be as removed as I can from all that. And in that removal, I'm going to redefine what life means. I'm going to redefine this new quality that I've been running from and I'm searching for. So here we are. We're going to redefine what health and well-being is. We're going to redefine what is a house. How do we make greenhouses? What is a nutrient? What are synthetics? How do they affect our biome? Does that affect my brain? Am I transferring that brain knowledge to my children? And that quality still lives on. We tried to embody that same quality with Dragonfly Earth Medicine, and within the nutrients, we created that nutrient line in 2007 early on, after making hash and then seeing, oh wow, the nutrients really affect the plant, and there's a conscious thread that comes out of the soil and into your brain, and it's an activation through the crystals of the ganja, which we know ganja is a sentient being. We know it's here as a magical ally in our life. So in this magic, we realized sharing's everything. If we were going to keep something, that would make no sense to humanity. It's not what nature shows us. Nature shows us abundance and sharing and old growth that works together interspecies. Of course we're going to work together interspecies as humans. I watch you all on this page all the time and get inspired how to make my life better every day. I want to wrap up this little rant by saying thank you for the inspiration. I hope we continue to be inspired. We look towards nature for inspiration. We also find an incredible inspiration between these human beings that we see here. Don't get muddled by the chaos of life. Really just get inspired. Find a hobby. Do something good in life. Grow some food and some ganja. And thank you so much to this community and Marcus for holding space for this time and place on earth, because we are living in interesting times. And in these interesting times, there's a lot of good information on how to live life well. And I think that's our big flex and our big rebellious thing in life is just be healthy, have community, and grow together.
That'll show them. That'll show him very well. I think we should give Josh a standing ovation for that. I will say that when I said the Vietnam War, I think most people think of that war as a 70s war. It actually did begin in 1955 and lasted till 1975. So that's, you're totally right. The Quakers' big way, moving away from like California and war and all of that shit, going into the Kootenays, just creating a whole amazing community. Then in the late 60s, early 70s, the other dudes coming and bringing the seeds and bringing that cannabis knowledge from California that wasn't quite there in the early 50s. But very well said. Appreciate that. Want to move on to another guest because we're about 2 hours in. We still got a couple more hours, but I wanted to welcome my friend Lindsay from Gorilla Solventless. And Lindsay was a gentleman who reached out to me you'll have to tell your own story, of course, but from my memory, you reached out to me. And then I don't know if I helped hook you up with my old mentor, Ron Hickey, or if you knew that through my videos and reached out to him independently, but you ended up going and meeting Ron and bringing one of your presses. And so I'll let you introduce yourself, tell your story, let us know who you are, where you're coming from, and where you're going. And appreciate to have you here, Lindsay.
Great. Yeah, much appreciated. Humbled to be in this room. I'm in Hamilton, Ontario. I think I was in Alberta when I met you. I had, I think, so let's start back. My first attraction was probably like 2001. I was an organic or a chemical engineering student, and we were doing butane at night, just playing around with things. I think it was before Shatter existed. And then like fast forward, I think I was on watching Hatch Church and I saw Phil, and with my engineering background, I thought, okay, rosin press, I can do this. So I took a team of a few engineers and we made a rosin press with like an engineering stamp on it because I was concerned about the thing breaking in somebody's faces. So yeah, we made that rosin press, and then I'm not sure if I met you at a lift, like one of the early lift conferences in Vancouver. I was touring those things with we had stands and we were doing that, selling those machines. And anyways, I got on your next show where you had some equipment makers on Hash Church. And then Ron reached out to me because I was a Canadian guy making these presses, and that's how I met Ron. So
Okay.
soon enough, I was down at Ron's like a week later with rosin presses, and it's just spent probably 4 or 5 days with Ron. He was just such a beautiful guy, right? And
What an
teach him how
amazing
to.
human being, hey?
Yeah, he's so awesome. Teach
Imagine
him how
bumping
to.
into that guy when you're 17 and him taking you under his wing, because that's what happened to
Oh,
me.
wild! And his stories are so great. Like I
Dude, they're
could I could
fucking
sit down
insane.
and listen to Ron's stories all the time. Like he's lived such an amazing life with this plant, right? So yeah, that's how I sort of got started. How I met you. I moved back to Ontario, where I'm from. Sort of around that time, it was like 2018. I became a general manager of one of the early LPs, and then I went out. I got invited to start a company in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So I went to the Caribbean for 2 years and got the first license in St. Vincent. Lived there with brought my family there. Lived there for a year and a half with my family, and then came back. Um, and back when I came back, I started getting into the equipment making again. So we're making some like hand wash vessels and stuff like that. And then started up an LP called Final Bell here in the Toronto area. And I sort of, that was interesting because that's where I said, okay, how can we make water hash at quantity and keep the quality? Like if I'm going to be dumping a kilogram at a time, how do we actually keep the quality of this so that we can properly do our bag work and separate these resin heads properly? So I sort of came up with the system there without spending. I know Whistler Tech had a system at that time, but we didn't have the $250,000 budget for whatever that big machine was. So sort of built my own system, all out of stainless steel, locally fabricated, and we're doing like 125 kilograms a day. And at the end of the week, we'd have 12 kilograms of rosin or something. We wash for a few days and then press for a few days. And that was good for about a year. It was a great experience, but I just realized like this is not the quality I want to be making. And it wasn't so much like I think we had the techniques down pat and everything, but my budget was like 10-15 cents for fresh frozen. And it's like where do you get quality flour from there?
And
you
you
don't.
can't really do micron specific unless you're willing to pay for a full panel test, $1,200 for each bag that you want to keep.
Yeah, yeah, right. So we would do like 73 to 159, but it was the majority of what was in our budget to buy was grown in a 500,000 square foot greenhouse in Rockwell, and it just wasn't, the love wasn't there, right? So after a year or so of doing that, I said forget it. Sort of walked away from that company and went back to the garage. Um, and then last year I went on to Indigenous territory, set up a lab there, and that's sort of where I'm at now.
Nice, dude. Well, that's a good cliff notes as to what Lindsay's been up to and what he's doing. I love that you got that engineering mind and you can kind of like develop and create your own equipment. That's always a bonus for sure. It's not easy being in the equipment business, let me tell you.
Yeah.
It's definitely it's work for sure. Okay, well,
Yeah.
I want to introduce Brian Tournay. I don't want to mispronounce your Instagram name. I see your content all the time, and I think it's fucking awesome content, dude. So I'm just gonna let you introduce yourself, your Instagram handle, where people can find you, and tell us a little bit about what you've been doing.
For sure. Thanks. My name's Brian. On Instagram, I'm the Bryantist, kind of like the a little scientist version. My lady came up with that name a long time ago when I was just doing the hash thing in the middle of the night, little lab space, and yeah, it stuck with me. I wanted to thank you, Marcus, and shout out to you and props to all the other legends and Nick T, a lot of people that have been rocking this for a long time. You guys had the balls to put yourselves out there and show face and share tech, and that was really inspiring to me. Well over a decade ago, I remember watching you and Johnny B be making some hash out in the snow, just chilling out in nature, just doing the thing, and that was really awesome to be able to feel like, okay, there are people doing it, they're sharing the tech, and it really helped kind of progress the scene. So I wanted to thank you for sure for kickstarting all of that. And then yeah, I've kind of just been in the right place at the right time kind of thing and stuck with it. I've been making hash, doing cannabis stuff for pretty much half my life. I learned from a local legend. I'm from a small town called Cloverdale in Sonoma County, right below the Emerald Triangle. And yeah, I've learned from a local hash maker. We called him the Reverend Hash Man. He was a couple years older than me, but he was an ordained minister. He was just making hash, just doing the thing. And then yeah, for from there, I he helped me actually get a job as legalization was kind of coming. I did some work at Bezel Extracts and did BHO for a few years. Shout out to Oli and Dorian. Got Vinny's hoodie on. So love the community vibes. They were in the small town that I was in, so it made sense to kind of hop on board. I definitely spent a good amount of time doing some of the open blasting and stuff in the backyard as we progressed with the hash scene. So learned hash making in '07, kind of stuck with that, helped him out over time, and then saw that BHO and dabbing was kind of becoming more prevalent in the scene. So kind of go with the flow and did some of that for a while, but always felt like solventless was the way. So as like Nick T was putting out more solventless content and seeing people using freeze dryers, like I could see that the scene was progressing. And over time, like I just kind of kept investing in myself and getting product like different tools for the trade. And the freeze dryer tech was huge. But yeah, started off with the hair straighteners, broke those, took them apart, epoxied them to a bench vise, and started pressing with that. My first time ever like pressing hashish was with my neighbor. We lifted up his house, a corner of his house, and sat it on the hash. So we were pressing hash with his house and cracking the foundation. So we were just trying to figure stuff out, trying to like get that. At the time, there was a lot of keef and dry sift. Like the trim bins that had the screen in them was really huge to be able to like just be trimming like we would always be doing, but then you're able to collect keef from that. And spent a lot of time up in Humboldt and doing the trim scene with my lady. And yeah, one of the years when those screens came out, I came down off the hill with 12 pounds of keef. It was like 8 pounds of sour diesel and 4 pounds of green crack. So that kind of dates it on what material we were running. Big crops then. And yeah, I would press up some of that keef and try and make a little bit more of a hash type product with that. It's funny, a little bit before like rosin really became big, it seems like there are a lot of people on the same wavelength that were in a very close state where I was pressing keef with in between parchment paper with a hot spoon and definitely squeezed out some liquid, but I thought that I messed something up. I thought it was like water or something. So I didn't ever collect that and try to smoke that on its own. So we were all kind of, and that was around like 2014. So we were kind of dancing on in that zone. And then yeah, BHO was big. So then I was like open blasting straight keef in a glass tube, which was super sketchy and never really liked having to deal with the volatilities and stuff like that. So yeah, it was a really cool progression of seeing solventless grow. Low temp plates came out and got the first set of pucks from them and put it on one of those big Harbor Freight, big Arbor Press situations and did that for a while. And over time, I realized that like it's really the material that you're putting in is what's going to come back out. So it really is that fire in, fire out was the biggest thing. So I've always been a second source hash maker. I respect everyone that grows all the single source. Like that's truly epic and hardcore. But yeah, I always worked with other farmers and putting that out. So the second source side of it means that you're reliant on your relationships with these farmers and the quality that you're running. So for a while I was doing the BHO thing at Beazle, and I was seeing people like um down in LA, it was the Jungle Boys. Like they were pressing out like white rosin, and I was just like, what the hell is happening here? So just always saw that the scene was really progressing, and I was definitely down with the BHO for what it brought to the culture. But then I felt like I was holding myself back from solventless. So was there for 4 years, and then in 2020 I stepped away and found a job at a place called Heritage Mendocino. It was one of the world's first cannabis hatchery. They were just being built out, but I was like, man, like if I could be doing anything, I'd love to be doing solventless full time. And they built a cool spot. They had an amazing hash maker, Bell. They had multiple rosin presses, a bunch of freeze dryers, but they didn't have anyone to actually make rosin. So it worked out where I just kept being persistent, kept bugging him, and I was like, I'm the person for this job. Like I can do this. And I got the spot, was there for a little over 2 years, and definitely progressed a lot. Like at that point, there weren't a lot of people that were doing industrial rosin pressing. Like we were running high quality, but we were pressing kilos and on a mission to really put out quite a bit of material. So it was a really cool time and experience. I leveled up a lot. I learned a lot of what to do, and I learned a lot of what not to do. And yeah, from there, this past year, I stepped out on my own and been back to doing the solo thing, and I'm kind of just a free agent. Now I get to work with traditional market brands, rec market brands. I do some consulting. I have a toolkit that I put together that pulls tools from a bunch of different categories and different industries, like the dental or like the woodwork, all kinds of different industries, and I put them into one case. So then I can share those with people because they're tools that I use every day. And there are a lot of tools out that just get kind of like a pot leaf stamped on it, and then they upsell you, and it's a cannabis thing. And I wouldn't always recommend all of them, and I've tried so many now that I'm I'm honored to be able to share tools, because for a while it was one of those things that we were all really tight knit with that and didn't share a lot of the tech for a while, where these were like the tools to our success. But I've always been kind of like a sharing, open source kind of person and learn from some cool people. And I'd rather be the person that shares the tech than hoards the tech. So it's been a really cool progression, just being able to share and be a part of the evolution of concentrates. So yeah, I'm really honored to be here, and thanks again for letting me be a part of this. It's been years that you've been doing it, and it's a really epic movement.
10 years, man. 10 years. Can you tell us about this picture real quick? And awesome. Thank you for your story, dude. And I'm definitely
For
gonna hit you
sure.
up in private, man. Maybe there's some Bubble Man brand, the Bryantist collaborations we can do in the future. But I'd love for you to explain this
100%.
photo to the because this is such a
Yeah.
cool photo, man. Come on.
Yeah, thanks, man. I'm definitely down for that. And yeah, this has been like an ongoing project that I've been developing even back when I was at the Beazle, in the Beazle days, and working with anthocyanin. And what I see is like it's bridging the gap between dabs and art. So it's one of those things where it's taken quite a while to dial it in to a point where I can get it to show up in the rosin form. But it's always, I love purple. Purple's my favorite color. And it was one of those things where every once in a while you'll get like a purple hash, and it was a magical thing, and we didn't always understand much about it. And now over time we've learned, okay, there's purple in the plant, there's purple in the stock, there can be purple in the resin itself. So there's you get lucky every once in a while if something magically lands in that purple zone. But I've just been playing with different techniques to finally be able to make, if there's purple in the plant, on the plant, I can make purple hash. And if you do it right, you can make purple rosin from it. So that picture is just kind of like that's a little art project to show some different levels of concentration to be able to just do something a little different and play around with it. And it's, if you do it right, it's gotten really good feedback. There's definitely some nuances and little variables to control so that you can have an enjoyable experience, because it is like an outside factor in the plant that we're putting in or connecting to this hash or the resin. So yeah, it's been a really trippy like progression over time, but I've finally been dialing it in so that it's just a really fun art project that is people have been enjoying.
Awesome, dude. Well, thanks for sharing and thanks for coming and hanging out with us. We appreciate you and what you're doing, and we'll hit each other up in private after the show. In the
For
meantime,
sure.
I want to welcome Brian, Best Friend Farms. He's been on our panel for quite some time now, and he's got a passion for the single source, for growing and breeding and creating the flavor profiles and create, also he's very much on the point for some time now as well in bridging that gap of art and hashish. He's been doing it in a bunch of ways. I showed someone his little egg the other day and they were laughing pretty hard at that. They were like, "What the fuck? Yeah, that thing right there." And you had it so close up, they didn't really understand even the size until you pull back and show it's in the like a 1 gram jar or a 3 gram jar or whatever. And they're like, "Holy shit, that is completely mental." Here, you can show that again when you're on speaker if you want to give us a little give us a little lowdown, brother.
Sure. Thanks for introducing, and always thanks for having me, on here and be part of such an amazing group that just seems to always be growing, and literally. So, yeah, what I heard Brian just saying actually is a lot of the connection point for me as well is with the artistic value. So I find it's like such a good healthy self therapy and expression. It gives me the route into creativity as a human, as a big kid, kind of having fun with it. And I just really, well, I like to work into the cured melt form, a lot of it because of how artistic the value of it is from start to finish. And I definitely enjoy the fully single source aspect, like where it's literally the creation of the resin type from the beautiful plant actually gets into its truly finished cured form and into an artistic form, artistic value that, yeah, like I enjoy it and other people seem to not mind it either. So it gets some like fun reaction. And I feel like the hash allows that to tunnel deep into like an artistic value to the work we do that's like a multifunctional art, into life, into work, value with passion, purpose at hand. And it's just really, it started with the planting from a seed in 96, but it's gone into this. And thank you. And thanks everyone for like the deeper tunnel into myself and deeper tunneling into the plant work that I do. The hash has allowed super deep insight. And yeah, so I just kind of really dig it. And my daddy did this. So I guess it was like Chara's back in 71. And I have, some time fill in between it, but definitely been on a deeper search for like the cured melt side. I love it all. But yeah, so here's this little sunny side upper. That's a Gasmo, which is GMO by my gas mask on a 207 headband rosin. Both are 90 bag. But yeah, so I like your bags, Marcus, because away from the original 3-bag set where I was in at like the turn of 2K, it was immediate right to the multi 5-bag whatnot set, your bubble bag set, where we could like, hone in on what was actually going to be obviously seeking what would melt, So
Yeah, that was the mission. Getting those screens was a lot of work, man. We didn't guess those numbers. We used so many different ones, and it got to the point where this was the madness of it. While we're trying to sell people on the idea that you can do more with more screens, the competitors and the other people in the space were like, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. He needs more. He needs 5 screens for what we can do with 2. Or they would create this narrative that was, he's just trying to sell you bags. He just wants to sell you more bags. And it was like, well, yes, of course, I want to sell you more bags. But before that, more bags create more control, create more understanding, create more all of this sort of stuff, which anyone on the panel now is like, well, obviously. But back in the day when people didn't know, it was a narrative that was kind of picking up steam, which was, oh God, that guy's just trying to sell you bags. Like you don't need 8 bags. In fact, fuck, it would probably be good to have 20 bag sets if you were a breeder, if you're playing around, if you want to find subtle nuances in your resin. That being said, the original water hash machine, not the unknown American who told Neville, and then Neville told Sam, and then Sam and Rob kind of created the Aqua Bob, and they created the Sadhu Sam's water extraction, which was like the instructions in High Times magazine, I think in 1988, which then now became the first actual like machine, which Reinhard Delp created. And that machine would be the birthplace of the bags. And so that's, the history of it is quite profound. I'm happy to just have played a part in it. I'm stoked that so many people are passionate about this. And like I said before, guys that have, like yourself, Brian, that have the grow and have the ability and are breeding the cultivars and are really like geeking out on this on a hard level. Like, dude, you're making egg art with your hash and rosin. That is the fucking highest level of geekery that can be achieved in there's people in the room are like, the only art I want on my hash is seeing it burn in a bowl. It's like, aha, you do not have the depth that Sir Brian has. You have not gone down the rabbit hole quite as deep as Brian, who has glass jars with separators in them for gold blocks on either side. So I appreciate your passion, dude. I think you and the Brian Tournay, I think the Briantists should be connecting if they haven't already connected outside of this. I would be grateful if I could be the one to put you guys together afterwards, because
That'd be great.
listen, there's not many people geeking out on the level that you guys are geeking out on, and I personally appreciate it. I think it's great. I think probably at least 98% of the society probably thinks you guys are psychopaths, but I'm fucking here for it, dude. I am here for it. You are
We're
my
having
type
fun.
of psychopath.
Thank you for the opportunity. He's with an A and I'm with an O, so I'd love to meet after. And yeah, I'm a big, huge fan, not of only, but I'm the 90 bag, fan here. So
The last bag ever added, dude. The last bag ever added. And
this is some
there's a
more.
whole group of guys in California who don't use the 90 bag and they still call their 73 the real 73.
Okay. Well,
Right? The real 73 because there was never a 90. So the real 73 to the Cali boys, it was just always everything got caught in the 73. I put the 90 bag out and they were like, this fucking guy robbed my 73. They were not as excited about the 90 as the newer group of people. So shout out to you for giving love to the 90. I appreciate that. And Josh, as a fellow 73 baby, you should also know that as of this day forward, the 73 bag does not only mean my birthday, it also means your birth year. So that's what the 73 bag.
Much love. 73 all the way.
Yeah, brother. Absolutely. So listen, I still have at least one or two, no, two more people. I want to introduce Hash Crew, who's in the house. Hash Crew and I have linked up over the years and had conversations probably going back about 4 or 5 years. He's another thinker and a tinkerer, much like Lindsay, going into the understanding of hash making, and he's got a passion for it. And yeah, I just want to welcome Hash Crew into the room. How you doing, brother?
Hey, man, I'm doing all right. I really appreciate you having me on the show and being here with all you guys. It's pretty awesome. Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah. So you want any background or?
Yeah, man, give us a little background, a little like how you fell in love with the plant, a little well, first of all, I would like to say sorry about your father, my friend. I know that you were going through that with your father recently and that he recently passed. So I want the whole Hash Church community to send love your way. We're all sorry about your old man, and hopefully that doesn't tear you up and make it hard for you to talk now. But I felt like saying that first was foremost important. We're an empathetic lot here on Hash Church. and we don't ignore the things that we're all going through, and we've all been through these things. And so we're here for you, fellow hash maker. And of course, tell us about anything that you want to tell us about in regards to your journey of hashish.
Sure. No, thank you. So yeah, I lived in Texas, and so the quality of cannabis available there was what we could get out of Mexico mainly. There were a few like old biker guys that I knew that grew, some what we called homegrown in closets with fluorescent lights. So, I mean, I pretty much started cracking seeds immediately, and started growing, from my really after my first time smoking, and had the opportunity to get into hash making. Had a buddy in Houston at the time, Rob Bass, that introduced me to Robert Clark's book right when it came out. It was like $150 at our local, like, sort of alternative bookstore. But yeah, we got that book and started dry sieving kind of right away. And yeah, I think in 2005, whenever I was going up to UBC a lot and working up there, I started grabbing bubble bags from you. But being in Texas where it was hot and humid, we didn't really have the drying thing down, and you had to keep it in the refrigerator or the freezer, except for when you wanted to use it. And if you left it out, it started molding. So yeah, I kind of got away from that, and yeah, moved up to New York in 2014 for a couple of years while my wife went to grad school, and met a lot of people in the Ithaca community and area that encouraged me to come up here in 2018 to open up an analytical lab to test industrial hemp. So I did that, and during that time had the opportunity to start doing consulting for farmers that I was doing testing for, and had the opportunity to be director of processing at a couple of different hemp and CBD facilities, and was able to bring some of the tech that I'd been working on pretty much my whole life to do solventless stuff and solvent, related extractions and whatnot. And one of the things I've been very passionate about, really since I started making dry sift is, I didn't really know what to call it back then because we didn't get on the internet a whole lot, and it was a lot of word of mouth and people I was talking to. But using high voltage power supplies back then to remove contaminants from the dry sift that I was making. And I was working as a mass spec engineer at a company that's now Thermo Fisher Scientific. And as a result of that job, I was able to play around with these 30 kV high voltage power supplies and kind of see the effects of the electric fields back then. And so when I came up to New York and started working in the hemp industry, I developed a solventless isolate protocol to make solventless CBD isolate using some centrifuge containers that I designed and manufactured. And we were using some static tech, and I've been working on what I call cryo sift, or like -40 dry sifting of live material, or material that's only a couple of days off the stocks essentially. And yeah, I've been developing this electrostatic separation technique for quite a while, and have had an opportunity to work with the company that made the commercial separator, see what their separator looked like, and was trying to sell my separator design to those guys, or really anybody. I think in June of 2022, I had some contact with you where I was calling it my ion separator technology. But yeah, so this is actually like a little mini electrostatic separator right back here that I've created, that is a continuous flow. It can be set up to run about 25 grams a minute, and runs off of right now I currently have it running off of a $20 power supply that you can buy on Amazon. Actually, while we've been on Hash Church, I just had another one that does double the power output. And I was thinking if you guys wanted, I could give you a quick demo. I'd have to turn off my sound. But this is all kind of related to this book, the electrostatic separation for hash handbook that I recently released, and I've kind of been pushing that tech kind of hard. There's a couple of patents stemming back to 2017 that are referencing using electrostatic separation for hash and cyclonic separators, which is one of the things I talk about in my book. So it's, it turns out like all this technology, somebody else actually, has the patent on it. I've got the patent number. It's not like the person that, a lot of people think has a patent on it, but yeah, there is a patent on electrostatic separation for hash, cyclonic separation, a lot of those things as well. So, I'm not selling separators or anything like that. I'm just selling a book and, trying to teach people what kind of environmental conditions are necessary for this technology to work and the condition that your material has to be in for this technology to work correctly. So yeah, that's basically in a quick nutshell what I've been up to and, what I'm up to right now.
Very cool, man. Well, I love that you're always tinkering and thinking and pushing things into the future. It's the way to do it. People like that shit. I know the centrifuge, cleaning up of rosin, like people were like, whoa, what the fuck is this all about? Like, so it's neat stuff. I'm always excited for new revelation. Listen, I feel so grateful that I got to be here for water hash, and I feel so grateful that I got to be here for rosin. To be involved at any point in time with those two sort of revelations that occurred, and then of course static sift, like those three things, water hash, static sifting, and live hash rosin, just happened to be things that were like that happened very close to me. Like I was one or two people separated away from these things that were just bubbling to the surface. The timing, which is what I said to Nikati earlier, it was just such a lucky timing that you can't almost be, it's almost fate, right? Like you were supposed to have these experiences and be involved in these
You
things.
got to remember something, Marcus, that while people were growing in the 60s, they didn't grow Simpsomia until the mid 70s when the Simpsomia book came out. It's hard to believe, but imagine doing the work we're doing without Simpsomia.
I can't actually imagine it. And that's part of the timing though, right? It's that book didn't come out 10 years earlier. Had it come out 10 years earlier, I would have been a younger guy. I would have been an older guy, like discovering these things later. I just don't think they would have, like, it was the timing of everything happening. I started growing in the late 80s. So if Sensimilia only came out in the late 70s, well, then it was just a decade in when I got to start doing it myself, or a little bit less. So, that was a
Well,
big part of it.
Simpsomia has been around for hundreds of years, but American growers
That's
and
right.
Mexican growers
North America.
were very little aware of it.
And we were further removed, if you can imagine. We were even further removed.
Can I say one thing real quick on the centrifuge
Sure.
technology? So, you're talking about timing. I mean, I actually put my centrifuge tech up for years and just kind of brought it out, a little while ago because back when I first designed those containers, my goal was actually, making rosin with the centrifuge and purifying crystalline compounds. So, I don't know, a lot of people really realize what I had been doing lately, but I've actually been making rosin from hash using my centrifuge container with no nylon bags. So that's definitely possible. And, right now I've got a press that's in production or in prototype phase where, we've eliminated using nylon bags as well for making rosin. So I haven't really been pushing the centrifuge stuff that hard anymore because I really think this press that if everything works correctly with it, will probably replace me using the centrifuge to make rosin. But you're able to do it with no temperature. So imagine full melt hash without the skins. You put your hash in the centrifuge, you sling the juice out, and it's that full melt without the skins. Anyway, just wanted to throw that out just in case anybody didn't know about that tech.
That's dope.
Sounds awesome for sure. But I
could
will
I
say
turn-
that I love
Can I turn my
full
time
melt.
off?
your
Could I
time
could I
off?
turn my sound off? Would you want me to run this machine, or do you not want to do that right now?
Oh yeah, man, whatever you like. Absolutely. We've got some time left and I still have like 3 or 4 people to go through, so we've got the time for it.
Okay, cool.
We've got the time for it. I'll be the narrator, seeing that the time is now turned off or turning off the time because that thing's probably louder than fuck, or at least somewhat obnoxious when it's on, like a heat gun or even that terp sous vide that I used to have on. Woo! Just blowing in the background nonstop. Probably not the best frequency to absorb on the regular. At least it doesn't feel like it. Um, yeah, so he's going to run that. I'm going to actually, ooh, what did I do? Oh, I'm going to pin him because he's going to do his little experiment here, which is awesome. I'm going to pin him. There we go. We'll check this out. In the meantime, if anyone has something they want to say while we listen to it. Okay, is that like the little interesting? It's like a little like DUI home project of hash making. It's like, for those of you that don't know, he's got like metal plates on either side and they're hooked up. Oh, okay, so look at that. Lift it up to the camera a little bit better. We can't see the bottom where all the sift is. There we go. So yeah, he's got a positive and a negative, and the heads are supposed to stick to, can't see the phone quite the way you can, but if you lift it up higher, there you go. There you go. So yeah, look at that. That's fairly pure material. At least, I don't know, I'd say 70 or 80%. He might be able to say differently. This is kind of an alternative to the method that Sam had been using for all these years. I still love the hand myself. I mean, my goodness, I don't know how many people it would take. I can do quite a bit in a short period of time. If I had like 4 or 5 people operating, I'm sure that I could make like some kilos in a day. Oh, the
So
camera's on me.
my method actually, even though I did get some collection on the plate, I'm not trying to collect on the plate. And you can see like maybe down in the bottom that there's this area where the material is collecting. So you could actually set this whole design up to where the material doesn't land right there, but like goes into 5-gallon buckets, which is what you would do if you want to run continuously. And this process, like I said, I've been successful in putting 25 grams a minute into there. Essentially, like when you do allow the material to coat up on the plate like that, it changes the electric field between the plates. So you actually don't want material to coat on the plate. So really the only area where material did coat, like on the heads collection plate was down there, where it was like recirculating around due to turbulence. But I have a design, for the one that I've been using for several years that kind of eliminates all that turbulence and everything. It allows for laminar flow and allows for you to, keep the charge on the material that you built up and allow it to collect where you want it to collect.
Okay, you got
But
to
that's
start
all.
over. I fucked up. I had you pinned, but because I had it on speaker and your mic was muted the whole time you were doing the first part, I was talking to be I didn't want no one to be talking, and my talking made it so your camera disappeared and everyone was just seeing me. So like 100 people have been like, you got to start this over. You got to start this over. We saw nothing. So I apologize. I really do. But if you want to have this on Hash Church in particular and not wake up tomorrow and be like, unbelievable. He fucked it all up. I fucked it all up. I'm human. I've been smoking all this hash. I apologize. If you could start over, that would be amazing.
So when you say start over, do you mean clean the plates off and put new material in there and run it again?
If you don't mind.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Thanks, brother. I know. Fucking Bubble Man. What an asshole.
Okay. No, that's okay. I just like because of the things going on in my life right now,
Yeah.
I don't want to have more than like 23 grams of material at my house.
Yeah, no problem. So I
I'm
would
gonna have
also
to.
say that when he does do this, don't anybody talk when his microphone is off, or it's gonna go to your camera, and then you'll be like me, feeling like you
And
have cheese
if
on
you
your
don't
face. I
have
don't want to
enough
hear it,
hash,
Sam. No, I'm just joking. Go ahead.
if you don't have enough hash, what you can do is mix the old hash together again.
Oh no, I am. I'm
Yes, no problem.
I'm just going to take the hash right off of here and we'll charge it back up again.
Exactly, dude. We're gonna get these people on. And the other problem is my YouTube has been giving me grief lately, and the video stops working. So I can't actually watch us live on YouTube. If I could, I would have clearly seen that the camera was on me and I would have figured it out. So that's why I am dropping the ball. I would also say there's 387 people watching live right now, which is a pretty good number for Hash Church 5.0. I think we're getting up to the almost 400. That's about as many as we've had. The top for Hash Church ever was back about 5 years ago. We used to get about 1,200 to 1,300 people. So we're working towards that. And the thing I would ask you is if you can share the YouTube video on your socials before Hash Church happens. So let people know that it's happening, the time, 9 a.m. PST on Sunday morning. And that would be super helpful, as well as the panelists. Always share that you're going to be on here, and we can all tag each other and get it out there. Oh, someone said they're at 422 people watching live right now. So, oh, and someone said we had 480 watching at one point in time. So look at that. We're breaking the records as we speak here. So go ahead, Mr. Hash Crew. I'm going to put you on speaker. No one else talk.
Okay. All right. So I'm live now, right?
Yeah, don't even bother muting your mic. Just let it be obnoxious.
Okay. Okay. So I'm taking the input material that we just ran through there. So I've always just put it in this bottle. Like, one of my biggest gripes about this technology, and whenever I met, or when I heard Sambo was working on this project, I said, my biggest problem, I've never found an effective way to charge up the material, automated and keep it charged. And I still haven't found a way that really allows the material to stay charged to where everything attaches. And there's a lot of things that cause that. One of them is free ions. So if you're generating plasma, in one of these machines, it generates free ions that end up neutralizing your particles. And like, one thing that even a lot of hand static sift makers don't realize is, if they pay attention to the weather, there's times when the Earth's atmosphere draws more negative ions out of the ground or more positive ions out of the ground. And it totally changes your ability to do this whole static thing.
100%.
Right now, I'm standing on an anti-static mat that keeps me from being grounded to the earth as well. So I see people trying to do hand sift, barefooted sometimes, like these hippie guys. And they're just like, I don't know, man, it's not working out for me. I'm like, you're grounding yourself out. And so whatever charge you're building up on your hands, you're dissipating.
It's funny you say that, because I do it barefooted my whole life. And
Oh, yeah?
I've been doing it a long time.
Huh. So you're not very well grounded, Sam. That's what it tells me.
Well, a lot of people say I am floating through the universe.
Exactly. Well, I've definitely found it affects me. And this, since I, started working with this mat, it's helped me out a whole lot. Okay. So right now, like I said, I've got this $20 power supply from Amazon, and I've got it pretty, rigged up. I just have my stuff kind of taped together. So I just turned the power on the plates, just checking to make sure that they came on. I'm going to turn my vacuum on. And so when I turn my vacuum on, it's going to get real loud for you guys. But here it goes. I'm going to turn my power off. Pull these plates out again for you. So as you notice, like, my materials collecting, in the collection area, which is where I want it to go. It only stuck to that because I have the power on right there. But
is that your positive?
Yes, this is the positive plate. And are you able to see my phone? No, not yet.
Lift it up. There you go.
All right. Can you see that all right or not?
I can tell that's a lot of systole or capitate stocks.
Hang on a second. Let me hold. I'm gonna try to get a photo for you.
Yeah, the
All
microscope
right.
part is the hardest part for sure. So there's your positive.
All right. How about that?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. So then you see the difference
Yeah,
through
this
my
is
phone?
more capitate stocky.
Yeah, so
It's
this
got a
is
lot
pretty
more.
much all stocks. I mean, this other side, there's actually not, I mean, there's stocks on there, but it's not, let me get a photo for you and I'll pull it back up.
Yeah, you got to get a good microscope.
I've got a good microscope. I just don't have a way of like feeding it into the
Zoom
computer.
account.
Yeah. So how about that?
Yeah, it's pretty blurry. It's hard to tell.
Yeah. Well, the
I can
proof's in the
see how
pudding,
it's
man. So you can get the book for $80. It costs you about $100 to build this contraption. It runs off a $79 vacuum cleaner. So for a couple of $100, you can try it out at your house yourself, and yeah, and find out whether it works or find out whether or not you would want to introduce this sort of technology into your process. There again, I can't comment on whether what the legality is of using it for profit. But if you want to experiment around with it and play with it for yourself, and there's plenty of information out there. But the book that I put together is a really good explanation of how to apply the process using high voltage power supplies into purifying hash. Anyway, I really appreciate the opportunity to demo this, and I appreciate you having me on here and letting me rant for longer.
Where is the book available?
I'm only currently doing an ebook, and so you would have to contact me. I've got a Google Sheet form that you can sign up for. Unfortunately, like right now, I can only sell it myself. I'm trying to get it on Apple Books, and I'm trying to get it on Kindle as well. So I've actually, had a publisher that I was working with, and they didn't think it was going to be very well received or worth, them doing anything or me involving them, and they just told me to distribute it myself. But it's got ISBN numbers. I'm having a hardback that'll be coming out, hardback book that will actually include these 3D printed pieces. And I'm thinking about just making these 3D printer files free, but we'll, maybe have like the cut pieces of acrylic for you to put together. The cool thing about this system, like I said, is you can run 25 grams. I've been successful running 25 grams a minute with, good separation. I don't know if you can see the color difference between these two. I tried to get some material that still had green in it so you could easily, see what the color difference.
One definitely looks green and one does not.
And
Yeah.
what happens if you make the same machine but 10 times the size?
Well, you don't need to, because you really don't want to collect on the plates. The reason why you don't want to collect on the plates is as material builds up on the plates, it changes the electric field and it's going to change your separation characteristics. So I've been pushing particles and ions around for, well over, I think, 25 years now. And, what I've noticed is while material does collect on the plates, you don't want to do that, or I don't want to. And I've seen other people wanting to do it. The cool thing about it is, and even if you wanted to run big plates, you can run big plates off a power supply this size. So I just also got these delivered today. I've been playing around with like super cheap power supplies, and I finally found the right kind that, supply constant direct current. You don't need high amperage power supplies because you don't want any current to flow actually. And as you guys saw, I just taped this whole thing up with duct tape. So it's not like you need any sort of special skills to, build and put one of these kind of machines together if you wanted to do it at home.
You can see the color difference very easy. The right-hand one is more greenish and the left-hand one is more yellow.
Yeah, I mean, if I could get I mean, I've got a microscope out in my car. I'd be happy to go get it and come back on if you want to let somebody else talk or chat.
Yeah, well, I have
If you,
other people I need to
yeah,
introduce for sure, so
okay,
we can still get through it. But I
okay,
mean,
yeah.
shit,
So
dude.
I'll,
Yeah.
I'll mute it and let you guys go on. And if you want to come back to me when I get the microscope, I'll show you microscope slides of what we just sent through there.
All right, sounds wonderful. I
Hey,
would like
thanks a
to.
lot. I really,
Oh yeah, dude. Fuck, you're still gonna be sharing more, so don't fret. It's only 11:48. We got like an
can
hour
I
and 10
give
minutes
one
left.
shout out? Can I give one
Yes.
shout out to our buddy Raz too?
Oh, for
Andy
sure.
Kale.
Raz. That's wild.
So the guy that introduced me to Marcus and was like, "Man, you need to go get these bags for Marcus," and took me over to the shop on East Hastings. It was actually you had gotten a shipment of bubble bags in that didn't have "Made in Nepal" on them, and
Oh
they were
my
held up in
God. Oh
customs.
my God.
And I was there at the store, and you're like, "Hey, man, can you like we got to go down to customs. We got to label all these bags with "Made in Nepal" before they're going to let us, let them release." And I was like, "Dude, I'm like working over at UBC right now, but as soon as I get finished," and I don't remember what Andy and I ended up going to do, but
Holy shit.
that was back. Was it called the Melting Pot that was on the drive,
That was my
or
store called the Melting Point. And yes,
Point?
that
Yeah, the Melting
happened.
Point.
Do you realize that was like, it was like 800 or 900 bubble bag kits that I had come
Dude,
in, and there was 8 bags in each one. So it
yeah,
was
man.
like
I was
thousands of bags needed these made in Nepal stickers on them. And I remember I hired a kid to do it. He was a young dude. And I came in after he had worked for a day and I was just like, dude, what the fuck? How have you done this few of so I just did it. I did it myself. I put thousands of stickers on every it. They didn't have to just be on the kit. They had to be on every bag in the kit.
right.
It's just
Yeah.
like, holy shit. I was like, oh my God. So that's crazy that you were like a part when that was, you have a memory of that. That's fucking awesome, dude. Yeah, we'll come back
Yeah.
to you. Just hit me up on the private message or put your hand up. There's a little
Right
thing
on.
that you can put your hand up when you want to share with your goodness. I want to welcome Wade. And I want to hear about Wade's introduction. I've heard lots of great stories from Wade, but I'm not sure that I really know when he was introduced to hashish and how that sort of changed his journey or affected his journey in regards to, his cannabis journey. So Wade, I'd love to hear from you, brother.
Thank you, Marcus. Really beautiful gathering this morning. I've been drinking deep of hash making. My story, I pretty quickly realized that hash was what I really liked. I didn't really enjoy smoking flower, even my own, let alone what else was available back in the 90s. But I will say that the Harlequin story, at least part of that, is the seeds that Harlequin came from came to our collective from Switzerland, from a farm in Switzerland where large quantities of cannabis were being grown, and these seeds were reputedly selected for their hash making abilities because our collective provided flowers to patients, but my personal interest was in making hash. And if memory serves correctly, Marcus, Squishell, who used to work with you,
She still
picked me
does.
up the first time with a batch of bags, and I started experimenting with them. And it was a fascinating learning curve, and at different points, continued to learn about hash, but I was a very small scale operation at that point. So, I'd have to do 3 or 4 cycles before I'd have enough trim left to run a batch of hash. So I got to own, I'm not very adept at the kind of geeky attention to the details of making hash that I've heard about here today. Again, much respect. But part of what happened for me with Harlequin was I pretty quickly realized that CBD-rich material did not do well in ice water hash. It just didn't produce well, didn't give me what I was looking for. But I also learned about ethanol extractions. And because my interest was in making medicine, ethanol extraction was clean, resulted in a high potency product if it was done right. And so by 2014 or so, in conjunction with a couple of other fellows, we had created a product line called Wonder Drops. And Wonder Drops were, there was a high CBD. If I remember right, we had 420 milligrams of CBD and 14 milligrams of THC in one of our preparations. And that was in a 1 ounce bottle. And then we also had a 1-to-1. And then we had a high THC variety. The 1-to-1 and the high CBD variety came from our little farm here. And Wonder Drops were available. I don't remember how many dispensaries, but there were a bunch of them. But then the law changed in 2016. And I would have had to get a permit and a license from the state. And so I went into compassion because here in Nevada County, there was an opening, if you will, for a person like myself who was willing to give away what I was growing and the oils that we were producing, and call it good fortune, call it an open heart. But the Caladrius Network grew out of that. And I can never say this mission statement without crying. I love it. So our mission statement was to provide education and, if appropriate, cannabis therapies to the families of catastrophically ill children at no cost to those families ever. And in 3 years of doing that work, and I say we because my part on it was really the networking, identifying cultivators who are willing to give us their plant material if their plant material was up to our standards. And that was a whole nother conversation because we certainly ran into odd batches that were contaminated with this or that. And then, of course, folks who were willing to do the extractions for us. And we operated off of donations for everything from plant material to the bottles and packaging and testing, and people were generous and gave it to us. And so anyway, by 2019, we had 140 some families that were getting packages every month to address the needs of their child or children. And meanwhile, state law changed again here in California. And in my whole life, I've only spent one night in jail. And that was enough for me to convince me that I wanted to obey the rules as much as I was able to do so, given the need of these families. Anyway, the change in the law basically required us to shut down. And in conjunction with a lot of the same folks that had done the Caladrius Network through one of our local dispensaries, we have a compassion program. And that program allows those families who live in California, if they wish to access the products that we have available there, they are able to do so again at no cost to those families. But I have to say, the need is not really addressed by that small effort, because when we shut down in 2019, our intake team, we had nurses to identify the families that would qualify. And they were working like 700 in some cases when we had to shut down. So any of you that have the extra capacity to look for compassion opportunities in your communities. I would strongly suggest that you look around, because I can just about guarantee there are families whose children struggle with seizures or cancer or any number of other conditions that deficiencies in the endocannabinoid system result in disease. And we know this. It's a true thing. Medicine's getting onto it. Earlier, Marcus, you mentioned education and how to put it plainly, monetize the information that we're offering. And that's something that I'm exploring for myself. It's the one thing I can still do. I can talk about this plant that I love so much and how grateful I am for the kind of folks that we have on the show today. It's stunning to me that there are people willing to do the deep dive to really understand the variations that are expressed in this plant. And a lot of that is the chemistry of the plant. And that's really been my interest. Again, for my own use, for my own needs, I really love the concentrates, high THC. I've added a lot more CBD into my regimen on the daily. Wow, that was quite a rant.
It was a beautiful rant, Wade. You're a beautiful soul, and we just love you so much, man. I never know what you're gonna say, but I always know it's gonna be profound and authentic and like coming from the most loving place ever. The whole time you spoke, I felt like there's not a person on this panel who makes hash that wouldn't be willing to donate something. I don't think there's a hash maker I know that wouldn't be willing to donate something. My brand is probably in 7 or 8 states right now, and I would love to have a discussion with you offline about how we can bring this concept back and have it in all of the states that are currently. What better way to connect yourself to serving really the most vulnerable, the young? I mean, listen, getting sick and being catastrophically ill at any age is horrific. It's extra horrific when you're a child, and there's no denying that. When you have the mind of a child and you don't know what's going on or why this is happening to you. I've always been extremely touched by your work and Forrest's work with the Caladrius Network. That is seriously heroic group of people, dude, and it's more real than anything else we've spoken about today. I mean, you stripped us down to the bare nuts and bolts and gave us the true, just you bared your soul to us as you often do, Wade, and we love you for it. We appreciate you for it, and I'm not just going to let it be words coming through my headphones. I'm going to try and figure this out where we can maybe bring this to life in other states in a way that is legal, that is doable. But I know people in a multitude of states who would be happy to say that they were a part of a project like this.
Yeah, thank you, Marcus. I really, it is one of my goals is to see the compassion work. Because again, cannabis would not be getting legalized were it not for its medical benefits. The prohibitionists would still be running the show. But it's people speaking straight truth about this plant that has resulted in what we have today, where slowly but surely across the world, it's becoming legally accessible. But that last step of getting it into the hands of those who need it, particularly where cost is a problem. Yeah, we can fix this. We can fix this. I love show and tell. This past week, the Nevada County Board of Supervisors revisited our cannabis ordinance. It was the third revision to the ordinance. And basically our local cannabis ordinance worked with, or our local cannabis alliance worked with the staff at the county to create the changes that would help our local farmers and manufacturers ideally to succeed in a very challenging time in the California market. Anyway, it was lovely. It went on for most of the afternoon, and basically the Cannabis Alliance, all of our recommendations were accepted by the Board of Supervisors, and they voted it unanimously to change the ordinance for our request. But the last item on the agenda was me. The Board of Supervisors took it upon themselves to issue me a certificate of recognition. And I thought that it was to do with my cannabis work, because they all know that. They openly acknowledged, several of them, that when the cannabis conversation started seriously in our county, they were firmly opposed. They voted for the original ordinance, which prohibited any cannabis commercial activity in Nevada County. But they got to know me, and they came to my farm, and they got a taste of what I shared with you here today. And it changed their minds and hearts. And I thought that's what this was all about. But no, it turned out that really what they were thanking me for was during the COVID crisis, here in a county of 100,000 people, it got bad enough because there were a lot of people who were very resistant to the idea that they should wear masks or practice social distancing or any of that. But in a county of 100,000 people, there was a week when we had 90 some people die from COVID. It was overwhelming. And the Board of Supervisors had to continue to do their meetings. And they had these people would show up who didn't normally come. And they were screaming and waving their arms and making accusations and whatnot. And I would take advantage of the fact that you could call in. California law requires public comment be accepted. And so I would call in and talk for 3 minutes, basically about my situation and how it looked to me and whatnot. And anyway, long story short, at this meeting, when they gave me the certificate of recognition, not only did each of the supervisors speak very effusively about not my cannabis work, but the fact that I was a voice of reason, that I was calm and offered solutions instead of criticisms. And I felt very touched by that because I felt like they understood something of who I am. I want to see community succeed. I want to see the microcausal network of human contact flourishing in the place that I live and in the community of people that I work with, like the folks on this call. Anyway, show and tell. I won't drag out the certificate of recognition, but I got a challenge coin. Never seen such a thing. It's a beautiful, heavy thing. That's the shape of Nevada County. And then on the flip side is another image of a gold miner.
That's sick. Seething?
And it's a thing. Nevada County was basically the epicenter of the gold rush. Like millions of ounces of gold were pulled from the ground here. And there's damage in Nevada County. You can see from satellite views, vast areas of land that are chalk white from hydraulic mining. But it's also the place where, back in the day when organic farming was starting to take root, a business was started by a couple. Amigo Bob Cassiano and Kalita Todd started a business called Peaceful Valley. And for years, all over California, that was where you went if you wanted some sort of organic supplies. That young man who was speaking from Cloverdale, I bet at some point you did business with Peaceful Valley. And they're right here. They are literally the closest commercial business to my home is what is Peaceful Valley. And Kalita and Amigo Bob passed away a couple of years ago. Bless his heart. That was hard to watch from cancer. But Kalita's still around. And anyway, yeah, that's all I got.
I love the double entendre, Wade, of the sifting gold miner because yes, California pulled millions of ounces of gold out of the ground. I will also remind you that they pulled millions of ounces of bubble hash from the ground, and they did it through
True that, my
sieving.
brother.
Yeah, so beautiful double entendre and beautiful story as always, dude. And man, just love you, dude. You just bring the realness to the panel every week and give us that perspective. And I look forward to every Sunday that you show up and I see Wade Laughter would like to be admitted to the room. And I'm like, Wade Laughter is welcome to be admitted to this room. So thank you so much, brother. Let's go over to Colin. We haven't heard from Colin yet today, and that'll leave us with just Etienne afterwards. Although I haven't really introduced Skunkman Sam. I'd like, because we're doing it for everyone, even the panelists. We will do Sam. I'll leave the best for last. We'll go with you, Colin, and give us. I've known you for 25 years, dude, in the hash making in the online sort of world. But give your. It's a hard guy to follow. Wade that's like holy shit.
I was just about to say, man. I mean, Wade, we love you so much. It's a pleasure and honor to share space with you every Sunday, and we look forward to sharing that every Sunday. And to those that are new to the panel or haven't been on in a while, it's really great to be here with all y'all. Jen, really nice to see you and meet you for the first time, it feels. Lindsay, good to see you again. I just saw you just like what feels a couple weeks ago up on the reservation. Raz, Kaya, big love, brother. Everyone else, Sam, always inspiration. Etienne, Brian, both Brians. Yeah, I mean, Marcus, bro. I mean, I was just looking at like some film. I don't know if you guys can see these, but I was looking at like some 35 millimeter, and then of course at the end of the book, your bubble bag stickers like right here. Oh man, let me turn this off.
Either that or put it in front of your body because if you put it where the green screen is, there we can see it perfectly. Exactly.
Right there. And this is all 35
dude.
millimeter from like 99, 98, 99. And all these images are like just it's my life, This is what I've been doing since I was like a teenager, 15, 14-year-old kid that just like everyone here is just touched by this plant and whatever part of the journey in their life. And for me, it's a much bigger responsibility to the respect that we have to have for this plant and what we're doing, because there's those around us that need good influence, and we have to uphold that and try our best to influence those around us to make the right decisions. And we've all made bad decisions too, like we're learning, we're trying to figure this out. But that's why we're here together, and that's why we should be talking to one another about techniques and how you did something or how you can do something better. And it's, to me, I keep going back to music because that's been a big part of my life. It's not about the chords, it's about how you put all this together, and everyone here has a different way of doing that, and that's why you have a voice. And you shouldn't be afraid of like not being able to share a technique, because you should encourage someone, because their repertoire or arsenal of tools could maybe teach you something in return, and that's the spirit of a musicianship, in my opinion. And being a hash maker, I really embody that, and I try to share that with one another. And through my career, coming from the late 90s, and like most of you guys, Mila's bags to Marcus's bags to just here we are right now with refined raw oils and full mechanical separation techniques. And it's just amazing. I mean, my real passion, I think, where Marcus and I met was really when I was like focusing on how do I grow the best resin. That was really where I met Marcus in my journey for all this, because I recognized early on that the better batches that I made came out better with the better material. And I just kept on kind of stacking that concept. And we just didn't have anyone to talk to. We were washing sativas and doing all kinds of bad bad choices, like I said. But, fast forward today, here we are in a room full of experts that all respectfully have really amazing techniques that all make really awesome material. So, it feels like 25 years later, I finally feel like there's like people in the room to talk to, because it felt really lonely on this long journey to get here. Because growing up on the East Coast and running delivery services in New York City, you just don't talk about anything. It's just not like at all what you talk about. It's not cool to get busted. Like, let's just call that out. It's just not. And
I don't know, man. My bust was pretty cool. No, I'm just joking.
and like the heads that I was around, like I recognized those that had egos, and I just like tried to distance myself from that ego, to save myself, because I lost a lot of friends along the way, as a lot of us did. So, I think that we have a regulatory structure to kind of close the loop on this. I finally now have my own license in New York State. It feels electric to be able to say that. And it's a great responsibility, back to that. And it's just myself and my cousin and two other guys, Mark Gare and Chris Mail, who are super supportive and awesome. And we're really excited to do what we're doing, and take all of the things that we all teach each other here and try to touch more people with it, and that's where the Marcus will do the Bubble Man brand, and Brian will work with you on some flower, and it's going to be a collective, not a singular modality, because, we have a industry that needs help, and we can all talk about how it's this or that, and how Marcus was talking about how much we hate it. Well, I came from the days where I couldn't sleep at night. I don't know those that understand that. Um, I don't know. I don't know what you don't understand about that. We've worked really hard to get to this place, and we need to be better and better ourselves. And it's going to take a lot of mistakes and a lot of time. As Wade said, we need to find better compassion and ways to touch people. And that's my goal, is really to do that. And I know a lot of people here also want to do that. So I think we should act upon our thoughts and our words, and that's really what we need to be doing, because it's, every market, everyone, we can all say it, it's not easy out there. So we just got to do better. We have to be more open to one another and lean on our differences, and you know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm all about right now. It's like, break the walls down, fuck what you think, fuck your feelings, as Robert Glasper wrote so well in his album. It's real. It's like, it's not about that. It's about us coming together and understanding that there's a larger vision here that we're just a part of. We're not we're very small in the cog of the wheel, and cannabis is at that center, and we're turning it, so I think it's, one thing to call out is like, we all glorify what we do a lot, but it's at the end of the day, I think about the patients. What cannabis means to me has evolved. I'm sure it has with a lot of you. As a young kid, it meant exploration, deep thoughts, and then experiential things. And now it means wellness. And my dad has Parkinson's, and how do I develop routines for him, and how does that wellness affect his daily life or others around him that are experiencing those same things, because neurology is a big thing, and as you get deeper and deeper into this, as Mark says so well, and I've borrowed so many times from him, Dr. Mark, we used to know a lot about a little, and now we know a little about a lot. So that's where I'll leave it. But I'm really excited for New York, and I'm excited to collaborate with those that are out there that want to do that. Hit us up if you're out there. Let's go.
Awesome, dude. Thank you for the words. Always appreciate hearing from you. Okay, we're gonna go to Monsieur Strumpf avec le chapeau de Strumpf, the Smurf hat. Monsieur Etienne Fontaine, Dude, love to hear a little bit about your personal hash journey as you're such a huge head and smoke so much hash and have done so much in so many different aspects of cannabis activism. I can't help but feel the smoking of hash probably fueled a lot of that. Love to hear your perspective.
Absolutely fueled my fire. My activism really started back in 1989 when Jack Herrera came to West Virginia University. And I bought my first copy of The Emperor Wears No Clothes. And yeah, I was that annoying guy who would go to parties and be like, "Hey, did you know that 1 acre of hemp can do as much as 4 acres of tree?" Yeah, and yeah, I was that guy. And girlfriend broke up with me because all you do is go to these parties and talk about pot. Like, well, yeah, I was a dealer because I was in going to college, but I had joined the West Virginia Army National Guard because I was poor and I wanted an education. And so, like a lot of us, we decided to go risk our lives so we could go, get money to go to college. And I was a printmaker, lithographer, and I found myself a couple years later in combat. I was attached to the French Foreign Legion in Operation Desert Shield, Desert Storm. I was nuclear on top of that. So, yeah, I was a very evil person, needless to say. And even when I was in Saudi Arabia, I was able to score hashish um, because we had KP duty. So whenever all we did was really scoop the stuff into everybody's plates, but they were all staffed by the people in Saudi Arabia. So I talked to this guy, and after much convincing, and back then they loved American $100 bills. So if you had $100 bills, they just wanted to trade with you so that they could show that they had American dollars. So I was able to convince him eventually to buy me hashish. And it was Lebanese, and it came in blocks in that very thick, milky wax paper. And I immediately going right to the latrine, carving them right to the bottom of my shoe. So when you want to talk about, shoe hash, I was shoe hash in Desert Shields, Desert Storm. So and I would take out a little bit of the hash, I'd roll it, and then slide it into my cigarettes. So then I would walk off and go smoke my cigarettes. And everybody, wow, Fontaine, why does your cigarettes last so long? Like, I don't know, just us. I don't know. Maybe it's the humidity. I don't know.
Might be the
And
hashish I've got stuffed in the center. I'm not sure.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about because it didn't smell, right? The tobacco really covered the scent. So, next thing I know, I ended up injured. I got medevac to Germany, and while I was going through rehab, I was on copious amounts of morphine. So I basically had my own button, right? And I eventually got tired of drooling all over myself and talked to the doctor, and the doctor recommended to get off of the morphine. He's like, "Have you tried hashish?" And I laughed, he stopped laughing, I kept laughing, and that's when I found myself in the world of, oh shit. Well, where do I go? And he's like, try a bar off base. And that started my journey of getting ripped off and doing deals in bathroom stalls and all kinds of things just to get my medicine, right? And when I came back stateside, I went back to my unit, went back to college, and then on the day I was going to get promoted to sergeant, um, they're like, Fontan, piss test. I was like, oh shit. And the oh shit was because I was using medical cannabis and I had smoked a joint prior to showering and getting ready and putting the Visine in my eyes and going to formation. So I knew I was going to fail and I was terrified. And I pissed and then walked right out of the drill hall and caught the first taxi, and I was gone. Thought I was going to get arrested. I was paranoid. I was freaked out. And then I went to college the next day, and the college is like, "Oh, sorry, your GI Bill's been pulled." You have to leave campus. In fact, I have to escort you out of the art studio.
This is
And
all for
I
piss
was
and dirty?
one piss test, one piss test, one piss test. Yes. So they revoked my GI Bill halfway through the semester. And so there I found myself going, I was a musician. My band that I was in kind of fell apart, and I had another band, and the drummer I had, he had social anxiety so bad he couldn't play out. He could play locally, but we couldn't tour because would sweat so bad. It was, I mean, now there's medication for him, and I feel better about it. But at the same time, I realized that, well, I can't, there's not really much going on here. So I got out to California, and when I got out to California, that's when I ran into this group called the Cannabis Action Network. That same group that had come to West Virginia University with Jack in '89 had just moved to California. And so I got involved and started volunteering. The first meeting there was Dr. Todd McArea, who was the psychologist for the United States government, who had a book called The Medical Marijuana Papers. And I was like, I need to meet you. And he's like, I need to meet you. And so I became his medical cannabis patient prior to 215. Next thing I know, Cannabis Action Network's like, you're really good. Let's take you out on the road. And I went on doing activism through 47 US states, doing rallies, teaching, tours, educational tours. And shortly after that, I found myself working for Ecolution Hemp Company. So I was importing and exporting hemp. So I became a hemp expert out of growing golden compote varietal in Eastern Europe. We were making 100% hemp jeans. Then we did the Adidas hemp shoe, and I got burnout on being on the East Coast, so I came back to California. And when I came back in '99, all my friends in the Cannabis Action Network and all the cannabis activists were now all the big wigs in the medical cannabis world. So I basically came in. I had left my ex-wife, got divorced, and I moved to the Bay Area in '99. And a lot of my friends, as I said, were running the show. So they were like, hey, you know how to grow. So why don't you run our grows behind the scenes? So I grew for Richard Lee, I grew for Jeff Jones, and then I became Ed Rosenthal's GM. And so I ran all of his different grows and his experimental center where we had 6 different rooms, grew all in 6 different ways every time. So I got a lot of indoor great growing. And then my friends at Berkeley Patients Group, the original founder, Jim McClellan, had unfortunately passed away due to AIDS. And Don and Debbie were like, hey, we want you to come run our grow at Berkeley Patients Group. And so that's what I did. I came in and ran the grow and realized that it was in San Francisco in a white powdery mildew factory. And I basically came in and said, we're shutting it down. And yeah, then I came to work for Berkeley Patients Group. And then we just celebrated 25 years. And I just got one of these.
Sick.
Which turns out to be a special congressional recognition from Congress from Representative Barbara Lee for our 25 years of being a dispensary. So,
Dude, standing ovation for Berkeley's Patients Group. Come on, that's fucking awesome, dude. That's legit.
yeah, well, yeah, it's been hard. I mean, I've spent the last 21 years in legal battles. So everybody's like, oh, it must be easy running a dispensary. Like, no, you have no fucking idea how hard it is. I've had to sue the city, the state, the feds twice. I've beaten the IRS and the Department of Justice, right? Just to have our right to move and settle and set legal precedents. We won the right for every American to look inside of voting machines because we just wanted our business permit. And Diebold said we couldn't look into them, and we sued them and won. You know what I'm saying? So all these different fights over the years have been leading to what I'm doing now, which is I'm working with a group called the Veterans Action Council. And fortunately, one of our members on here, Wade Laughter, I get to work with every week. Wade's a Vietnam veteran, and I'm a Desert Storm veteran. So we work with other veterans at the national and international level. And actually, we just stirred the hornet's nest this week. trying to become the 26th people to testify for the DEA's rescheduling, and we just got denied. But the administrative law judge for the DEA in the footnotes said, "You're denied, but if you explore this option of an appeal." So we're actually going to appeal that, and we're going to try to get on to testify and show why Schedule 3 is harmful to us and why it should be Schedule 5 or descheduled outright. So I'm not only working at the national level, I'm working also at the international level at the United Nations, of which the group I'm working with helped change medical cannabis back in December of 2020, making it legal worldwide. And we're working on making cannabis legal worldwide by 2030. And we're on track to do that. You can look us up on the cannabisembassy.org. We're an international group of movers and shakers from South Africa, Germany, France, Spain, United States, Canada, and we're all working to discredit Kevin Sabet, toss his lies and misinformation that all these countries are using to execute people for cannabis. And yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take up so much time here, but we're working on a lot of things at the national and international level because we're going above the United States because the US is fucking around. So we're going above them and changing it, freeing it for the world so that the US can catch up. So, shout out to Canada for your leadership and what's been going on there, and to all the other countries like, Germany, Switzerland, now the Czech Republic, among others, Uruguay, that are really pushing the issues worldwide so that this plant is freed. And most importantly, no one else will be executed for this plant. And that is the most important thing. So join us as we continue to, work hand in hand to make the world a better place for cannabis so that none of our brothers and sisters have to be killed for this plant any fucking more. And if I can leave that as a lasting legacy, then what Dennis Perone, Jack Herrera, and my other elders taught me, I did the right thing, and we're trying to continue to do the right thing. So shout out, much love to you, Wade and Michael Crowitz, and our whole Veterans Action Council crew as we work on national and international change. So thank you, humbled and honored to be here. And what an amazing panel of beautiful people who have really pushed the issue. And I can't thank each and every one of you for your contributions, because we're all little pebbles in the sand, or we're little hash kernels all coming together, making a beautiful world. So humbled and honored to be here.
Little hash kernels. Well said, my friend. And super impressive, dude. You have a crazy story. Like when you really think about it, talk about timing and being at the right time at the right place, just like plugging right into everything you needed to plug into to become the guy that you are today. And we're pretty darn happy about it, not gonna lie. Last and certainly
I feel like Forrest Gump. I feel like the Forrest Gump of the cannabis, because if you go look on the Cannabis Action Network's wiki, there's a picture of Dennis Perone speaking at he was the only activist to speak at my first rally in '93 in People's Park in Berkeley. He was like, "Oh, you're gonna speak? Oh, you're a veteran. I'm a veteran too, so I'm gonna come out and speak." And Jack Herrera was also a veteran, and Dr. Todd Mikuria was also a veteran. So shout out to our veterans who have been leading this cannabis movement as best as we possibly can to raise the standards that you have all followed beautifully and respectively. So thank you to each and every one of you.
Thanks, brother. Last but certainly not least, Skunkman Sam, dude, you've told us so many amazing stories, but I'm not sure I've really ever asked you like the birth of what, your first experience with hashish, and then how it like somehow, was like a brain worm in your skull, making you just do all
Well,
of these
I
things.
can remember very, very easily. I was living in Los Angeles in Southern California, and what we smoked primarily was four-finger lids of Mexican brick weed. I mean, it, it, I mean, I can say on occasion it would work really well, but what you, it wasn't enough for me. I wanted something better, or I would like to. And somebody offered me some red Lebanese hash. So a four-finger lid, which was, like maybe 30 grams of Mexican brickweed cost $10 back in those days. The hashish was like, I think it was $80 an ounce. So I chipped in and we bought a quarter ounce, and we took that home, and it was red Lebanese. Amazing, but it was. And I got so high off that. I wanted more, but I had no way to get it because it was really expensive at that time compared to weed. And I didn't have much income. But what I did have was I moved to Laurel Canyon like a year later because this happened in maybe 77 or something like that. And so then I moved to Laurel Canyon, and my next door neighbor had just come back from Morocco. And we started talking, and he was saying, "Man, you could buy hash there for, you know, $50 a kilo." And I was going, "Are you serious, man?" And so next thing I know, I convinced my future wife to jet off to Morocco with me, and we did. And we went up into Katama, and we smoked some of the farmers there under the table, and got a couple kilos. Oh, 67, not 77. And so the end effect of it was we got incredibly good hash. I bought the very best I could find. And we smoked that for about 3 or 4 months down in Essaouira in Morocco. And then it was time to leave Morocco, and we went up to Munich, and we had a choice of either working in Munich, and at the time it was freezing cold, and we had no place to stay, so we were actually staying in a construction site overnights. And so it wasn't hard to make the choice. We convinced some friends, let's drive to India. So off off we went, and next thing you knew, we were in Afghanistan, and yeah, once I hit Afghanistan, at the time, which was 71, you could buy a kilo for $5. I mean, if you wanted the best hash in the world, maybe you had to pay, $50 or something. But the hashish in Afghanistan was truly, truly amazing. Uh, and they make it from seeded plants, and yeah, so and they just don't have the static technique and stuff really as they did back then. But they were able to make some pretty good hash by getting rid of everything that was too big by sifting, and then putting it in a bag with tiny, tiny little holes and shaking it, and everything that was too small to be good resin. In other words, what came out would be, it felt like talcum powder. There was no sticky at all. And so that would almost bubble, but that was like the best hash I found in Afghanistan. But then I continued on, and I went to Pakistan, Nepal, uh, uh, and further on to the ganja world. But I, I never came back. It changed my life. And although I focused on seeds making and genetics, the reason really was to make better material for hashish making.
Yeah, you could see where it was going right away. You could see that you like the Morocco hash you were stoked on until you had the Afghani hash. Is that did you have a revelation between those two
Oh,
hashes?
absolutely. I mean, the Afghani was, because that was the beginning of Moroccan, and it just wasn't the same as Afghanistan, which had been working on this for 1,000 years.
Yeah, that's incredible for sure. So yeah, I knew you got that year wrong because I was like 77, like no way. It had to be before that. So 67 was the year that you guys went to Morocco and bought the couple kilos. Did you get those
No,
kilos for
no,
50 bucks?
we went in 71
Oh,
is the
71.
year.
Okay. To
Yeah,
Afghanistan
that's the
or to
year.
Morocco? Both.
To first Morocco and then on to Afghanistan, correct?
Okay. So was it a big
And
jump
then
in
on to
quality?
India, Nepal.
And where did you have your favorite hash?
Back then, I'd say it was Afghanistan. The Nepalese hash was different because it's hand rubbed, and sometimes they even had Simsamia plants in Nepal, and it's it's a different high than the widely hashish varieties in Afghanistan, which are more physical. But the Afghan hash was absolutely cleaner and stronger than the more cerebral Nepali hash.
So can you take us back to the 70s and share like that first journey that you had of actually smoking the Afghan hash? You'd already smoked some Moroccan, you'd already smoked
Well,
hash back home.
what actually happened was the border crossing between Iran and Afghanistan was controlled by the guards, and they didn't let people cross through until it was too late to go anywhere and get a cab or do anything else. So you had to stay in the hotel there that was owned by the cousin of the border guard. But the end effect was I was there and I was wondering, because we were in Iran and we didn't smoke in Iran or in Turkey because we were kind of scared to. And we get to Afghanistan and it's like, dark. It's like 8 or 9 o'clock at night. And uh, uh, some Afghan guy sticks his head in our VW van and says, "You want hashish?" And so we said, "Sure." And he didn't have anything for us to smoke it out of. So he got a Coca-Cola bottle and broke the top of the bottle off. So it made like a chillum with a jagged edge and stuffed it full of hash and handed it to us. And I think he wanted $1 or $2, and he gave us about an ounce of hash.
That was your
And
first smoke of Afghani hash through the broken Coke bottle chillum?
yeah, I think I might have smoked some Afghan once or twice in Europe, but it was the first time I was in Afghanistan, and
Right.
I bought Afghani hash, and
Oh my God.
yeah, I got muy blastito.
Muy blessed, dude. Oh, dude, that is so awesome. I love to hear that. Well, I mean,
When
listen, go ahead.
my wife and I used to live, we were living in Jalalabad, and we would go. We'd wake up in the morning and have breakfast up, and we'd take it up on the roof with us and start smoking hubbly bubblies. And then next thing we knew, it was lunchtime, so we'd go down and have lunch, and then we took some more on the hubbly bubbly, and next thing you knew, it was dinner time, and that went on for a couple of weeks in Jalalabad.
That is awesome.
My
I need a
wife
couple of weeks
lighting
of that.
hubbly bubblies, which that really amazed the locals.
Awesome. This guy's got the best of both worlds right here. Unbelievable.
I've
Well,
I've
that's
talked so many times on Hash Church that I don't want to waste anybody's time with my stories because I think a lot of people have heard my stories, and I find the other people much more interesting.
dude, we need to do a 10-part Hash Church series with just you telling your stories. Are you kidding me, man? Fucking
Yeah, I
crazy.
mean, Sam, we did that VAC with you just a couple weeks ago, and it's got well over 1,000 views because people are curious about your history, your lived history. We've smoked the end results, but your story is rather fascinating of how you navigated, the waters from, California around the world to the Netherlands to, what we're smoking today. Many of us watching today are due to your hard work. So, I mean, we owe a great deal to you.
Well, I was
Absolutely.
just I I was an organic gardener of vegetables before I started this journey, and it was pretty obvious to me when I went around to these different areas that what was really important was the seeds, the genetics. So one of my goals was to get as many of those as I could.
Well, thank
Sam
God that
got a
you
mention
did.
in my book.
Oh, how could he not, dude? How could you
Yeah.
write a book about static sifting without
Hey,
mentioning the
I have a question for Sam real quick. Sam, when did you meet old Ed? How did y'all meet?
Uh, Old Ed was working with Bernard and some of the other people I was working with, and he had brought seeds from Oregon, and at the time they were probably the best homegrown seeds in the Netherlands, which was just starting its cultivation. And uh, I met him and I gave him some skunk number one seeds and a bunch of other kinds of seeds that I had. And yeah, we liked each other a lot. He was an organic grower. He trouble with the seeds is they were complex polyhybrids that weren't maintained properly, and so the quality was a bit unpredictable. And that's the way seeds were back then. But he was a the first one to really try to help people do homegrown here, but he focused on the outdoors, and that should not be your focus in the Netherlands. It, you really need a greenhouse.
Yeah, just putting a picture up of old Ed. It's like on the streets of Amsterdam with the yellow lowland seeds poster standing next to a cannabis plant. 1979, 1980. Good old
Yep,
Ed.
Lowland Seed was really one of the first Dutch companies, but they were also kind of funny people because uh, they were mainly on a boat in the canal, and I went over and gave them skunk number one seeds, and he grew some of the plants. And when I saw him the next year, he says, "I don't like them; they're too strong."
Well, you know what, dude? You did have that effect on people. Your shit was
Well,
strong, dude.
the problem should be that our cannabis plants are too strong, and we have to smoke a little bit less of it.
Yeah, I don't think that would apply to you, honestly. I think if I made your plants twice as strong, you'd smoke twice as much. You are truly
I would
fueled.
not be surprised.
You are truly fueled by getting high. Like if what I can figure out from all your stories you've ever told and what drove you, it's like, yeah, we like this weed. It was like brick weed, but I was like, I wanted something stronger. Oh, and then I had this hash. It was so strong, I just wanted more. Like it's the opposite direction of what a lot of people, when they say something like it was too strong, the next thing they say is not, I just wanted more. But that does definitely seem to be your modus operandi.
Well, when I was in Afghanistan, and you could buy a kilo for $5 or $10, or the best of the best of the best for 20 to 50 bucks. Uh, I, I felt like I was in heaven a little bit.
Seriously, you got your wife lighting up the hubbly bubbly for you guys. You got kilos of hash for $5. Those truly are. I'm just glad that you're here sharing stories of $5 kilos of Afghan hash because my God, We, the younger generations, need that in our lives, at least in the form of a story. At least
Well,
in the form
you
of a
know,
story.
I after Afghanistan, I went on to India, and I went down into southern India, and I was led to a ganja farm by a cripple there who I had asked to help me. And what he did was he took me around to meet different farmers, and I was able to get the best of the best of the best local Simsamia in Kerala up in the mountains. And that was $3.50 a kilo.
Yeah, what about Himachal Pradesh and Parvati Valley and
Well, I went there later, but I actually went to southern India first.
okay.
I went up to Kashmir and the areas you're talking about, and they were making Kashmir was interesting at that time because they were making finger hash, you know, Kashmiri finger hash, but they were also making gurda, which is dry sifted. It was the first country I ever saw where they made both dry sift and they made and they wrapped it in corn husks, the gurda. So I mean, I I thought the Gouda was very, very nice, and the best of the Kashmiri is fantastic, like the best of the Nepali.
That's awesome. I
Bring back
wonder.
the
Go ahead,
bring back the
Etienne.
$5 kilos, please, of hash, please, please,
My
please, whatever we
God,
can
dude.
do, everybody in the world. Can we bring back the
Well,
$5?
all we have to do is remove all the federal taxes.
Yeah, shit. You're not too wrong there. It's like, yeah, I'm currently making about 5 cents a gram off my kgs in the Canadian legal market, but they tax me 93%, so I don't really make anything. I go like in debt every cycle. It's the Canadian cannabis
Taxes, man.
industry.
It really is. The regulations, it kills
Yeah.
it.
They made a big mistake in Canada. They could have said it like this. It's either going to be like $1 a gram or 10% or whatever's less. And so it ends up being like instead of them say, but they said whichever one is more. You know, if the $1 makes more tax, then we'll choose that option. But if it's the 10% and that makes more tax, we'll take that option. Well, if they had just said whatever one is less, Canada would have a totally reasonable tax bill, but instead they said whichever one is more. And so it's obviously always this huge percentage one. That's why excise on something, and it's based on milligrams actually of THC. So like if you have like 80% THC, you're paying an $8 excise fee on that cartridge before you're paying your local taxes, before you're paying your packaging and all your costs. It becomes this, it's always bigger than the margin
Well,
itself.
it's the whole thing is our cup half empty or is it half full? As far as I'm
Both.
concerned, because I
Sure.
was here in the 60s when for a single seed in California, they would break all your furniture in your house complete with the police raiding your
Jesus
home. And
Christ.
yeah, I, I I don't know, you know, compared to that, the taxes don't seem so severe.
That's so well put, dude. And it's such a good perspective. And it's so 1000% true. I can't deny it. You're right. It's true. Having guns put in people's faces, having people's dogs get shot, having people's personal liberties and freedoms be taken away while they rot away in a cage with sociopathic psychopaths in prison. It's unspeakable and it's you can't even really fathom it. And as
Yeah,
Etienne said, it's still
you think of all
happening.
the families that were broken up.
Oh my God,
It
it's
really was. It was just a waste of basically harmless humanity.
yeah. Yeah, it can't even be measured, the devastation and destruction that was done on that level when you think of just the people that were away for, as Todd McCormick used to say, for being habitual florists. Not even to bring in the people who were there for mushrooms or LSD or other sort of plant medicines that they just had this massive war on for so long. And I get that it's still going on. It definitely is less so going on in Canada and also in the US. And it seems like Europe is slowly breaking down that wall. And, for me, it's countries like Singapore, countries like that have the death penalty and that have like extremely, extremely serious repercussions for getting caught with it, even small amounts. Those would be the ones that I would like to see flip that around the fastest. And, so that we, like Etienne once again said, that no one should ever die for cannabis. Like, yes, no one should ever go to prison, but if there is a more important conversation to be had, it would probably most definitely be the one where they're executing people for getting caught with cannabis and other plant medicines. That is so extreme. I've always actually avoided those countries, even when I was in Thailand. I was like, I'm not going to go down there to get my visa like extended. I could have hash on me. I could have weed on me. I would hate to go into a country and break a rule unwittingly that I now then face the death penalty for. That seems more extreme than just smuggling hash into a country that I might get like 5 to 10 years in. Maybe this one, some people might
I
think
I
those are
I
psychotic.
think you should be a marijuana martyr, and fly in with 100 kilos into Dubai or Singapore or wherever the country is. But no, I
I could
agree with
change
you.
the law. I could change
That
the law, dude. I would probably
they
not be
are
allowed to do
Looney
hash
Tunes
church.
in those countries, and
Well,
I
they're
avoid
serious
them
about it.
also.
I also avoid it. And listen, the minute they want to change their laws on that, there's countries that I would like to visit that have these extreme laws that I'm not against the culture or the other belief systems that they have as a culture. But when you think that people who get caught with weed should be killed, and then you have a zero tolerance, which is like, wait a minute, like, what if someone put that on you? What if it wasn't even like, there are cases where you have to find out the context. It can't just be zero tolerance. Zero tolerance scares the shit out of me,
It's bad
unless it's for
enough
quality of
if
hash.
it's bad enough if you're importing hundreds of kilos to sell. But imagine if you just got a small piece in your pocket for medicinal use or something like that.
Dude, or
That's
worse,
something
stuck
No, no,
on
no,
your
no, no.
shorts.
No, no, it goes even worse than that. The people executed last year in Singapore just discussed the deal. They didn't even touch it. They just discussed the deal and they were executed for that. So just
well,
realize
you've
that
heard
Jesus.
that's the extreme that some of these
loose
countries
lips
go to.
sink ships.
Yeah, your entire ship,
Jesus Christ,
your
dude.
relationship.
Oh my God. We shouldn't be laughing, but Sam is fucking hilarious. He's like your grandpa that'll say anything. I just love it. Thank you for the humor. On the flip side, oh my gosh, Etienne, this is serious work. Obviously, we're not laughing at people being killed. That is unbelievably savage that all they did was discuss a deal. That kind of demonic hate for cannabis use scares the shit out of me, and I'm going to avoid it until the good people like Etienne and Michael and all those people working on that. I'll support them in any other way that I can, but it won't be by going to that country, and it certainly won't be even talking about taking 100 keys there, Sam.
Right? You need to stick to things that the government won't kill you over.
I, I think I think that's
like
great
like a bottle
advice.
of booze to Saudi Arabia.
I'm out for the bottle of booze as well, and I don't think that would go over very well. Although I'm sure the expats on their little expat, homes are definitely accessing alcohol there.
So
Oh,
were you
four
able to
minutes.
upload that? Were
I
you able to
did.
upload?
I did.
Okay.
I've got here, let me share this real quick. We'll show the first one you sent me and gadang. And then this is the microscopic
Input.
shot. You know why it's not? Oh, there, now it's moving. So yeah, this was like your contaminated one, and then I guess over here is your heady one.
The first one was the input material. That's the positive side, and then the next one will be the negative side.
Okay,
So you
perfect. It's
saw,
funny. The input and output both look so similar, but the heads are where the magic is.
yeah, I got
And
some Bryantist coloring over there on the negative side, but that goes back to the positive collection.
You sent me another one as well that I want to share. I didn't open it yet, but it was the second one that you. Oh, wait a minute now. Holy shit. A
I think
lot
it
of
was a
people hit
different
me up right
lighting
now.
so that you can see the green, in the input material,
Yeah,
especially.
exactly. This is the input material. This is
Well,
the
no,
collected on the positive. So
right.
it's not perfect. See, I'm repeating what you're saying on the video because no one can hear you. That's the negative plate. And it's awesome because Wade is in the background telling his story while you're filming this. So I appreciate that.
And
Beautiful.
if you run it through your device more than once, does it get even better?
For sure, like the main problem with with this whole technology is maintaining the charge on the material and producing laminar flow through the chamber. So this chamber that I show you guys is not how I would do it. It's just this is sort of like the example that I give in the book that allows you to play with different configurations. So the cool thing about the chamber is actually you can put different diffusers in here. There's slots to move the plates to create different electric fields. One of the things I played around with, early on, whenever I was playing with this technology, was actually pushing the material up from the bottom and then allowing it to come over and collect on the backside over here. So that actually works as well, but I feel like I get more pure collections this way. But creating the laminar flow, so you could put different hoppers in here. There's all kinds of ways that you can play around with how to tune this up. And I kind of wanted to leave details out of the book because one of the things I keep telling people, I think I'm clever, but I'm definitely not the smartest person out there. And somebody else, especially if they don't see what I'm doing exactly, it allows their mind to interpret what they think I'm doing and put that out there. And that's really what I'm trying to inspire here is more innovation, with this technology. Because as you guys saw, I mean, that was like a live first run through of some material. I actually hadn't even run it before. And so, I mean, it was great to be able to do that like that with this chamber. I think I start ranting and then I forget where I was going with my train of thought.
I do
but
it.
hey, yeah, I definitely like Sam to get you a copy of my book. So if you send me an email, I've got a website. It's hashcrewcru.com. And I have a page on there for static or electrostatic stuff. And at the bottom of my website, there's a link to my email. So if you go there, I put out like a lot of the information that I provide for free. And yeah, you can contact me through there if you want to. But yeah, I definitely love to get you a copy of my book and just see what you think about it.
I'll make sure it happens.
All right.
Absolutely. Well, 1 p.m., dude, we hit it off. We crushed out 4 hours. Everyone got to say their piece. I do want to have a lot of you back again, and I'll have you along with the panel. I won't stack the panel. Listen, when I did my little call to action, I had no idea 350 people were going to respond to that. That was a lot. And some people responded with like 5 and 6 hashmaker names. So there was hundreds of hashmaker names of people that would maybe like to get on, which I think would be cool every once in a while. Every third week of the month, just do a full hash panel with 20 to 30 people. Everyone has their little chunk. And then ideally, it didn't happen today, but I would have loved for an organic conversation to develop between all of us as well. But it was nice to hear everyone's stories and everyone's sort of, journey that they took to get here. And maybe we'll just keep it as a continuation. We'll get you guys back another day. Appreciated everyone that came out. I can't even remember everyone that was here and that wasn't here. So I'll just say thank you to everyone. I definitely want to get re-legalize Nepal official back on for a show to talk about what's going on in New York and what's going on in Nepal. And for everyone that's watching, we had a ton of people watching today. I think we hit about 480 people at once, which is amazing. Nice to see the numbers growing for Hash Church, more and more people watching it. Thank you for everyone that came and shared your time with us. If you want, I will share your information in the description of this particular video. You can just send me an email or a message saying that you want that done. That way everyone will know how to get in touch with any specific person that was on the panel. I'll have their information put into the description. If for some reason I've missed one or you can't, maybe it's I made a mistake and put the wrong one, reach out to me personally and I'll make sure I get you in touch with whoever you need to get in touch with here on the panel, because that's what this is really about. The best thing about Hash Church is making sure that all of the people who inspire you on the panel are accessible, that you can reach them, that you can reach out to them, that they have Instagrams and phone numbers and emails and all these other things. And we're very accessible to you, the people who make it worthwhile to join, for us to join and geek out on these things that we love so much. It's such a nice, beautiful experience, the talking about hash and loving the hash, Wade bringing it down to earth and just knocking us all out of the park. I think I got a little bit of hash in my eye at one point there, Wade. I was tearing up. So thank you for the emotion and the authenticity, as I always say it. Thanks to Skunkman Sam for just being you, dude. Like, thanks to you and your wife for just being inspirational people, awesome people, and for your stories and for everything that you everything. It's amazing that this guy would be bitched at for keeping his static tech method when he literally gave us everything else. It was like, oh, it's not enough. You need the last thing that he's holding on to. You're gonna slag the guy for holding on to something over not praising him for giving us
Well,
everything.
I honestly thought I was going to create a device which I could
I know.
possibly sell or license off. But
Yes.
yeah, in the end, it did not come to be, so it is what it is.
Well, we thank you for everything you've done for the community, brother. I thank everyone that's watching. We're going to see you all next week for Hash Church episode 16 on the 5.0. And actually, I think I'm good to announce it now. We're going to be having Jolly Roger from Puffco, and he's going to kind of come in and talk to us about the work that he's been doing for the last 10 years, and his part in this, I think sometimes goes overlooked in the sense of how many people he is normalizing in more so the mainstream, while still holding on to the heads and the connoisseurs by creating devices that we still appreciate, listening to us, listening to the glass community. He's done unbelievable things with the normalization of hash and dabbing, and he's done it through his Puffco product. So we'll be talking about the new. This is the Desert Storm, Puffco at Storm Rare, whatever they just sent out. I got the pivot that I'll be doing a review on here soon enough. So thanks to the good folks at Puffco, and we'll see Jolly Roger next week. We'll invite some of these hash makers back as well. May the full melt bless your bowl sooner than later. Now's the time to raise your hands and say goodbye, everybody, because we are done. Peace out.